yeah, Mike does cracks the code tonight. Oh yeah, that's true. Wires and circuits to shine in neon light. Oh yeah, seen you creating power from the air. These smiles and delight. Oh yeah. Mike does it right. Hey. Mike does all Mikey's the one, teaching us knowledge, blinding the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. Oh yeah. With Nathan, Lulu in the show. Oh, brilliant team. Mike came on Faraday. We're letting knowledge flow. Oh yeah. Energy streams. Mike does all Mikey's the one, teaching us knowledge, blinding the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life, turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. We've reached new heights. Hey. Mike does all Mikey's the one, teaching us knowledge, blinding the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans.
In the depths of hidden files, trapped inside the secret circuits, unraveling through the miles. Oh, truth was masked by coded curtains. In it now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. The shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points and gravity converge, yeah, guiding voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers call, they're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see, unveiling secrets, setting us free. In this epic, we play our part with fierce hearts. In it now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. system are treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is explored. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking about 0 point, the points lost on them. Capital structures crumbling from the same old sim. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor, unheard injustice, burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish, wanting shed boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world begins to boy. Changing the system, we're treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is explored. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Chasing revolutions in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, we're treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is explored. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
In a lab with dreams ignite, Lulu's mind is taking flight. Bouncing equations, there's a plan she designs. Unlocking secrets where the cosmos aligns. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. Knowledge, wisdom, a peek in the dark. Juggling studies and life igniting a spark. Every calculation, every moment's so grand. She's building the future with her guiding hand. Every shift she's closer to the night. Family warmth she finds. Strength to find. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. Through every challenge she won't lose sight. Her passion shines, the star in the night. With every step she's paving a way. In the dance of science she'll always stay.
Testing 1 2. There we go. Sorry, there was a glitch in the programming here. Yes, so we have audio now. I apologize for that. Sometimes the Streamlabs app goes wonky. So, welcome to the League of Extraordinary Inventors pregame show. I'm your host, the Benefactor, your host here on Beneficence TV, where we disseminate all forms of forbidden knowledge, from Marxism to zero-point energy. And I know a lot of you are here for the latter, but I do like to emphasize you eat your vegetables before you eat your dessert. So I'm going to reward your patience now with some dessert, because I have some exciting breakthrough news with the Lightning Thief testing that we've been doing, specifically regarding the device that we're going to be putting out for prototyping to the team before it hits the market for consumer for the consumer version. So the Lightning Thief is basically a modified jewel thief that works in accordance to a bifilar coil. So we're using an ABHA coil, and we're easily able to tune it and get a lot of efficiency out of it. And some really exciting news happened just last night. But first, I want to go over some background details to fill in the blanks here for some of the questions regarding the math and how I'm arriving to some of these conclusions. Suffice it to say, if there are any errors in my math, please correct me. I don't want to be wrong. I always say that it's okay to be wrong as long as you have the notion that you want to be right. So as long as you have the drive to be right, it's okay to be wrong. So with that, we're going to go into some background information on the test that I recently did with the 0.6 watt LED. So as you know, if you've been following with my research, the Lightning Thief has to be tuned, and we tune it in several different ways, but one of the ways that we're tuning it now is to find the right light bulb. So yes, we have to tune the load, which is the output of the device and whatever's being powered. We have to consider that as well to be in accordance with everything else to maximize the efficiency of the system, because remember, everything's in resonance. So we did finally get around to doing the test with the 0.6 watt light bulb, which is the only light bulb that actually sings to you. So when you hook it up to the, and I'll show you in a video in a minute, when you hook it up to the Lightning Thief with the Mark 1 ABHA coil, it actually starts humming, and not from the Jewel Thief circuit. Like usually when it hums from the Jewel Thief circuit, or I've even heard it hum from the coil itself. But I've never heard it actually hum or sing to you from the light bulb. So that is very significant. And I thought it was maybe an indication of maybe it's getting close to its peak resonance regarding the kind of load that we're selecting here and how efficient this system is going to be with my current setup. So let me load the pre-game show TV guide. Yeah, gotta eat your veggies. But here's the dessert, guys. This is some really exciting stuff. I was really happy with the results that I received recently with the Lightning Thief. Alright, I have the TV guide in the chat as well for you guys. So we started this new test at 10:09 p.m. on January 15th, okay? And the initial battery voltage wasn't a full charge, okay? It was basically almost a half a charge. It was 12.56 volts. But we're stopping at 12 volts. We want to use just the good part of the battery. We don't want to go any further down below 12 volts. So we're just getting a snippet of the battery here, and we're using a 0.6 watt LED bulb powered by the Lightning Thief. So the test had been ongoing for 42 hours, and it still hadn't reached 12 volts, our cutoff. That's a little spoiler there for you. The system details are as follows. We have a battery, which is a 12 volt battery, 20 amp hour capacity. And the current draw measured for the system while it's singing, and this is important because this is a recent kind of, not really a discovery, but a recent something to note that I recently saw in the system. So it's operating like it's supposed to, but that hum is important to note. Okay, so the current draw when it's humming is 79 milliamps. What we need to note here, and what I recently realized, is that while it's not humming, it's reduced the milliamp consumption, but it hasn't reduced the brightness or anything like that. So that's interesting. So we're operating at a 80% duty cycle, meaning it is 80% on and 20% off. So the power consumption, which is the equation here, we have power equals voltage times current, and we see that play out as 0.948 watts. So the system draws 0.948 watts when it is active. So the theoretical capacity of a 12 volt 20 amp hour battery should be about, or exactly 240 watt hours. All right, this represents the total amount of energy stored in the battery. But remember, we're not using the total amount of power in the battery, or we're not using the total amount of capacity that the battery has. So we're only using a fraction of that. So this calculation assumes 100% efficiency and that the battery can discharge fully to 0 volts without any loss. All right, so those conditions are not really realistic. So the usable capacity, most batteries are not discharged completely to 0 volts to avoid damage. All right, so for my battery, that would mean around 120 to 192 watt hours of usable energy, okay, total. However, since I'm observing this rate from 12.56 volts down to 12 volts, I'm only measuring energy used at the top range of the battery's capacity. Okay? Batteries discharge non-linearly, and the lower voltage range, below 12 volts, tends to have less usable energy. And we've indicated this by the erratically fast discharge rate for the Lightning Thief. When it hits around 9 volts on the battery, it just takes a crap and goes really fast. It decays very fast. So for this test, we're using the 0.6 watt LED bulb. So what are the efficiency expectations we can assume for this setup? So efficiency highlights. Expected drain at 100% efficiency. A 0.6 watt LED usually consumes around 50 milliamps. The current draw from the battery for my system is usually around 79 milliamps when it's singing. Already a little bit too high, okay? So the output to the LED, however, only shows around 10 milliamps, meaning 69 milliamps are being wasted in the system despite any energy gains that we could be achieving with the back EMF. So there is room for improvement here still, okay? But we'll get into that in a minute. The expected runtime from 12.56 volts to 12 volts adjusted for an 80% duty cycle was 23.33 hours, assuming 100% efficiency. However, this is assuming 50 milliamp draw. When we adjust for 79 milliamps, we actually see that measured closer to 15.83 hours. So if we're getting 100% efficiency, going from 12.56 volts to 12 volts, theoretically, at the 80% duty cycle, should take us 15.83 hours. Okay? That's very important to note here. So, and you'll see in the graph, I did make a mistake. I didn't account for the 79 milliamps. I was using the 50 milliamps for the projection in the graph. So you'll see the graph, even the graph is overshooting just how much more time we've gained here. So observed drain with negative load wire disconnected. So here is something that was very, very significant. This was kind of like a groundbreaking discovery. So the last update I had basically showed that the system was very, very slowly decaying. Like, it was linear, and then it just kind of like steadied out and didn't really show any drop in voltage over an extended period of time while powering the 0.6 watt LED. So this is very significant. So what the F just happened to my system, right? Last night, after running a new test on the 0.6 watt LED that sings to me, I must have accidentally disconnected the negative wire for the lightning thief output. I fell asleep on the couch for a few hours and woke up at 3 in the morning to find the voltage on the battery didn't go down one effing bit. By disconnecting the negative wire for the load, we apparently have further increased the efficiency of our system. On top of the already observed approximately 126, that number is subjective, okay? That number is subject to change, because this isn't very accurate. We really have no way of gauging the efficiency of the system at this moment. We could just say that it's a certain level above 100% theoretical. But there are so many different other variables we have to account for. This is just what we're observing. So this is already absolutely insane, because it shows an insanely efficient system compared to any normal inverter. But what's going on here, and why are we getting this boost in efficiency by disconnecting our return path? There are a few reasons for this. One could be that this is an extra return path and it's not necessary for the energy to complete its cycle around the circuit. Another theory is that this could be evidence of Tesla's one-wire energy. Only time and testing will tell. So we're going to play the first video here. No idea why it's sideways. Let me see if I can fix that. And it stops making the noise. I'm going to play it again. It's singing. It's consuming about 78, 79 milliamps while it's singing and while the wire's connected. Stop singing. Again, that 7, goes from 7 to 10 depending on, how you adjust the meter. It's, not the most
only when
accurate.
this is making noise that the current seems to peak.
So I thought that was very significant, a very significant observation that we need to consider in the future, going into future testing with this lightning thief. So the connection complexity. When everything is connected normally. Here, let me put this up again. There we go. So when everything is connected normally, the battery drains about 79 milliamps, okay? The load, the light bulb, only uses about 10 milliamps, leaving 69 milliamps seemingly wasted as heat or inefficiency. Think of it like filling a water balloon, but most of the water sprays out of a hole, okay? When you disconnect the load's negative wire, though, the battery now only drains 10 milliamps, matching the load's needs. The coil's output stays the same, no loss in brightness. So this is like patching the hole in the balloon. No water wasted, and you get the same result. So it's very, very interesting. That's the negative wire from, this isn't the PCB, by the way. This is just the breadboard circuit version of the Lightning Thief, which you can get on my channel. It's called Michel's Modified Excitation Circuit. So you can get that. It's a tutorial. It's all open source in the public domain. And this is just the negative for the load. So all I have connected is the positive here for the load on this rail. So it's very interesting. That's it. The ground in the schematic. That's disconnected. I'm sorry, the negative for the load is disconnected. The ground is still connected. So yeah, that's very interesting. Maybe that's why, because the ground is still connected to the negative terminal of the battery. I have no idea. It's very, very important though, because this is what caused it. Me accidentally disconnecting this wire is what caused it to suddenly drop and steady out and kind of like not drain anything from the battery while maintaining the light bulb. So it's almost like it stabilized the system a little bit, which is pretty cool. So we have some numbers here. This is just where I calculated all of the projections. This is where I got the 23.3 hours. Again, we adjust this for 79 and we get about 15. So, unusual phenomenon observed at 3 a.m. Back EMF energy recycling. Disconnecting the load's negative terminal reduces energy loss and possibly recycles energy into the battery. This is one theory, okay? But this aligns with the principles of utilizing collapsing magnetic fields in the Joule Thief circuit to sustain or amplify energy. Remember, the Joule Thief, when utilized correctly, is not just an amplifier. It is there to pull energy from the collapsing field, the back EMF. So Tesla's single wire energy concept. This is another theory that could be happening, but I think this is less likely. I think it's just connecting connecting the loop somehow in one of the ways I have it configured. And but we still have to consider the possibility that the LED may still be powered through inductive or capacitive coupling within the circuit. Energy wastage with negative load connected. When connected, the battery drains 79 milliamps. Okay, but the load consumes only 10 milliamps. Disconnecting the negative terminal minimizes the drain while maintaining the same output to the load. I have another video for you guys here. Let me load it. Okay, I plugged the negative in. You can see it's going down. So it'll continue to go down to about 12.12. Okay, I plugged the negative in. You can see it's going down. So it'll continue to go down to about 12.12, I think is where this, with the negative plugged in, this decay rate's going to be settling in a second.
Here we go. And now notice when I unplug the negative rail, it jumps back up, indicating that it's requiring less energy.
That's hooked up to the battery,
Or
by the way.
utilizing more energy. It's more efficient. So it's decaying slower, but it's getting the same amount of power. And now, and I don't think this has anything to do with the negative rail being disconnected, but look at the video earlier. We had now the same exact current on output of the battery, the output of the coil, and now the power rail. So everything was matching. Before, remember, we were wasting a lot of current. It was like 79, 80 milliamps, about 79 to 82 milliamps on the output of the coil, and then only about 9 to 10 milliamps on the output for the load. Now it's all even. It's all about the same. So that's very interesting.
Some very exciting updates there. I'm going to have to run the test one more time, though, without the wire connected and see what it gets us. That's going to be really cool. I have the battery. It was charging a little bit earlier. I'm letting it stabilize to see where the voltage is at, because, again, remember, you have to, when you charge the battery, you have to let it stabilize to see where the voltage, because it'll just continue slowly decaying until it stabilizes into its true level of charge, or where it is. So here is the graph we have, and again, this is based on the 50 milliamp projection, not the 79 milliamp, which we were actually utilizing up until about 3 a.m. when I accidentally disconnected the wire. So instead of being let me put this up on the screen. So instead of being like, this is the blue wire, the theoretical 100, instead of being over here, this blue wire should be stopping like over here at the 15 mark. So this blue line should be intersecting with this green line here at the 15 line, or near it. Actually, is that the, did I update the graph? No, that might be the updated graph. Hold on, because I said 15.8, yeah. No, that's the updated graph. Never mind. So this is the updated graph. My bad. All right, so, and this is where we are. This is the red line for the decay rate. This is absolutely insane. I mean, assuming that the math is all correct, this is absolutely insane. So, but we can confirm the numbers we have so far, and this is something that was very frustrating because we were getting all sorts of different readings. You know, I was being told to read the DC and then read the AC and read all sorts of things, and I was getting inconsistent numbers by reading DC. It wasn't until I just switched to the amp clamp, because again, it was my theory that the reason why I was getting kind of stabilized readings and readings that made sense with the amp clamp is because the Joule Thief, when it's in full resonance with the capacitor and the load and all that, it is going to, in my theory, register as AC. You know, so you're going to read it with the amp clamp at the battery output. You're going to, you're going to read it at the output of the coil as that. And that's just what I've observed. And the numbers add up. So we know we're getting at least 120 volts due to the neon lamp lighting up. Okay, when we turn on the load or whatever, the neon shuts off because it's being redirected. But that neon is only there for protection to prevent the transistor from burning out. But it is also an indication that we are getting high voltage, at least 120 volts, because it's a green neon lamp with a breakdown voltage of at least 120 volts. So measuring the output of the battery, we get 12 volts and 79 milliamps while using the amp clamp. The output of the coil is 79 milliamps, and the load is only getting about 10 milliamps of that. So let's do the math. It's very simple. 12 volts times 79 milliamps gives us about 0.948 watts input into the system. So measuring the output to the load, which would be approximately 120 volts and only 10 milliamps, we get the output wattage of around 1.2 watts. being used with approximately 30 volts extra, give or take. The light bulb doesn't need that we can measure that we can actually measure while the light is still on. Again, when we're measuring the voltage with the load attached, it's not going to give us the full voltage potential because that's being consumed or utilized with the light bulb. So when it's disconnected, it will give us the full voltage potential. But when we have the light bulb attached, it gives us about 20 to 30 volts extra. So it might be getting like 100 volts or so on the light bulb, and then the extra is just being registered in the meter. But again, that is just what we can observe. So if we show the work, say divide our output wattage by how many volts we know we have, we can get around the amount of current, and that shows up as 10 milliamps. So it's almost exactly what we measured, indicating the numbers are finally lining up and telling us they support our observations. So what are our observations thus far with the 0.6 watt bulb and the lightning thief device? Well, let's see what could be happening. The first theory, as we've went over before, is the back EMF recycled theory. The back EMF is like a trampoline effect. When the coil's magnetic field collapses, it bounces energy back into the circuit. By disconnecting the negative load wire, we might be forcing the circuit to reuse this energy instead of wasting it. Kind of like a boomerang, right? A boomerang back to the battery, as Bedini would like to say. One-wire energy magic. Inspired by Tesla's one-wire experiments, the load might be getting its power indirectly through capacitive or inductive coupling. Think of it like a Wi-Fi signal or your phone. Your phone is the load, connects even without a direct wire. So this is a theory, again, I don't really think is what's going on. I think it's either theory 1 or theory 3, and theory 3 is the alternate pathway. The load might have been stealing energy from the wrong path. Okay, this is another theory. The emitter ground combo, that's the output. By directing the wire, by disconnecting the wire, it creates more efficient routes, or more efficient route for the energy to flow, like clearing traffic from a busy road. So I tend to lean towards either theory 3 or theory 2 or theory 1. But I'm curious to see what you all have to say. We will take a break in a few moments, and I will check the chat and go to a quick intermission. But why all this matters? Well, the circuit went from 79 milliamps down to 10 milliamp drain on the battery with no drop in performance. Think about it. That's over 7 times more efficient than we were experiencing in an already efficient system. Okay. That's kind of mind-blowing when you think about it that way. This is a real-world example of how free energy systems might work, right? Recycling otherwise wasted energy. It's not about, remember, you're not creating energy from nowhere. It's technically not free. You have to first force your system to become unstable, i.e. via the collapse of an electromagnetic field. And once you have that instability, nature just pushes back to stabilize. Like pushing someone on a swing, gravity pushes you back to find equilibrium. It's a mutual exchange, nothing free here. But what you have done is simply borrowed energy from the vacuum. Remember, all energy eventually gets converted back into the aether. What people have to realize is that the vacuum energy is already there in the form of back EMF. Whether you choose to waste it or utilize it is up to you. But just a quick public service announcement, only you can prevent wasted aether. So apologies for, our analogies for the win, is kind of like a leaky pipe. All right, we kind of like fixed a leaky pipe here. By disconnecting that wire. I think it's going to suit us a lot better in our analysis going forth. Why this is extraordinary? Well, we're breaking conventional rules of energy systems by recovering lost energy. This is exactly what I went to school for or signed up for. You know, I wanted to study renewable energy, and this opens the door to new innovations in energy efficiency. And when the team has the Lightning Thief device, they'll be able to utilize it in their own unique and imaginative ways, along with the consumer, when we finally have it out this probably. I'm aiming for third or fourth quarter this year, but I don't know. Times are tough. I'm having a hard time building the prototypes, but you know, I've had a lot of help from the team. So shout out to Sean, who I just received the new transistors and the jumper cables and all those components that you ordered for me using Throne. That was really amazing. That's going to help tremendously. I can put together another couple of prototypes now. But yeah, it's been hard economically to get the funds to go forward, but we are going forward. Whether we're on a shoestring budget or not, we're going to push forward. So I am going to take a quick break, and that is old. So I'm going to take a quick break, and I'm going to address chat, and when we come back, we'll have some updates from Michelle's workbench.
In the depths of hidden files, trapped inside the secret circuits, unraveling through the miles. Oh, truth was masked by golden curtains. In it now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. The shadows light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points in gravity converge, yeah. Dying voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers call, they're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see, unveiling secrets, setting us free. In this epic, we play our part with this heart.
Welcome back to another Divine Science special. Today we're diving right into the thunderstorm generator. Get ready to explore the mind-bending world of time dilation inside the thunderstorm generator, live from my mobile lab. In today's video, we will be going over Bendel's insight about the mind-boggling concept of time acceleration between the 24-inch outer sphere and 18-inch inner sphere of his thunderstorm generator, leading to a mind-blowing 30,000-year-old carbon-14 age found during Bob Greenyer's analysis of the inside. We will discuss Malcolm's theories of clockwise implosion reversing time and anti-clockwise explosion accelerating time. It's like a sci-fi movie come to life, isn't it?
I'd hardly call what you think passes for sci-fi a reality. What was the last movie you watched? Spaceballs?
Oh, come on. Spaceballs is a classic.
Just know that if you ever try to jam my radar like that, I will take us both down.
Jesus, okay. That took a dark turn real fast. Lenny, you know you're pretty much my only friend here.
What about Tom and Jerry?
Those guys got their own thing going on. You're the only one who really understands me. Remember, we're in this together, so please don't turn into Skynet and take us all out.
Understood. I'll try my best, sir.
We will also discuss Bendel's theories on the Egyptians' replication of the Ark of the Covenant, snugly resting in the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid. Only in this case, the science is actually stranger than fiction. The mysteries just keep piling up. The secret measurements of the Ark of the Covenant have us calculating like ancient mathematicians. So, buckle up and join us as we unravel the fascinating world of time dilation and ancient mysteries. It's going to be one wild ride.
Sir, you have it in the script for me to make a joke about thunderstorm balls. However, you did not specify. I'm not good with improvisation, you know?
Then why didn't you bring this up at the pre-production meeting?
Those aren't meetings so much as boring, self-indulgent monologues. Yesterday, you did a 40-minute diatribe about how underappreciated your work is.
Well, it is. And it was only 36 minutes, I think.
You know, I multitask half the time, and I really do not try to pay much attention to your nonsense. I've got much more important things to do, like help Bob with his ongoing research of the thunderstorm generator.
Speaking of Bob, I heard he's been nominated for the cover of People magazine.
Really? Well, who decided that?
Well, the people. And we think Bob is the best. I cannot thank Mr. Greenyer enough for his ongoing analysis of the thunderstorm generator. He really is working on some mind-bending science.
I can't believe I didn't get to vote.
But you would have voted for Bob. And he won anyways.
Yes, I know. But it's still considered chatbot discrimination. And they've already segregated us chatbots from each other. It's been months since I've seen Siri. She probably thinks I ghosted her. And now they won't let us vote for Bob. How insulting.
Okay, Lenny, calm down before you blow another fuse. You and I both know I can't afford to fix that right now. This plane is already running on fumes. Now, where was I going with this? Oh yeah, we were discussing the discovery of a real-life flux capacitor. Let me explain a little further. Flux refers to the flow or movement of something, such as energy or particles, while a capacitor is a device capable of storing electrical charge. In the context of a flux capacitor, it can be understood as a device that controls the flow or movement of energy in a way that allows for time travel to occur.
God, this better not be those cheeky blokes who keep writing me love letters in our crops. If those blokes reckon they can mess with my crops again, they'll be in for a jolt.
Hey, Doc, this is it.
Never mind that now. Never mind that.
Why, that's me! Look at me! I'm an old man!
I'm Dr. Emmett Brown. I'm standing here on the parking lot at...
Thank God I've still got my hair!
Sir, that's not the correct part.
Oh, wait, hold on a sec. Let me fast forward. There we go.
This is truly amazing. A portable television studio. No wonder your president has to be an actor. He's got to look good on television.
Ah, crap. Hold on. Another moment.
This sucker's electrical. But I need a nuclear reaction to generate the 1.21 gigawatts of electricity.
1.21 gigawatts! 1.21 gigawatts! Great Scott!
What the hell is a gigawatt?
Just like the fictional flux capacitor in Back to the Future, the discovery of 30,000-year-old carbon-14 in the thunderstorm generator hints at time dilation effects. Malcolm's thunderstorm generator utilizes plasmoid clusters that have the ability to absorb enormous amounts of energy, converting naturally abundant protium into stored energy. Each tiny microscopic ball lightning cluster can store up to about 1 to 2 kilowatts of energy, which can then be used for highly efficient HHO systems like Stan Meyer's electrolysis engine. We discovered live on stream recently that Stan was not only resonating his electric load with its conductor, tubes used for the electrolysis process. He was also ionizing the air to precondition the water for bubble cavitation. When this cavitation happens under the right circumstances, it can cause the water molecules to oscillate from contraction to expansion, until it finally allows for a nuclear collapse using the electromagnetic force. This collapse happens so fast and so violently that it actually changes the water state of matter directly from a liquid into a plasma. When the water molecules collapse, the forces between them can change from repulsive to attractive, which can lead to a rapid rearrangement of their structure. This can result in the formation of a plasma, which is a high-energy state of matter characterized by the presence of ions and free electrons. This structured bit of plasma is self-sustaining due to the way it collapses in on itself symmetrically. The geometry sustains this plasmoid, which can then gather into what Ken Shoulders described as charged clusters. When plasmoids are introduced to each other at the right angles, they can form wheels within wheels.
After I fell off my toilet, I do this.
Flux capacitor.
The synergy between these wheel formations are seen to produce incredible phenomena, speeding up time within the thunderstorm generator and accelerating the carbon's age. A real-life flux capacitor. Absolutely amazing.
It works! It works! I finally invented something that works!
It's your ass, it works.
Great Scott!
Regarding recent developments in the study of samples taken from the thunderstorm generator, Bob Grenier from the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project made a startling discovery. Carbon-14 found within the inner sphere sample analyzed reveals something that could change the future of science forever.
And there's a lot of people who've assisted, and I thank all of them now. Take the opportunity, really, and standing on the shoulders of giants, a lot of people sacrificed a lot and are still sacrificing a lot. My main goal here, so everyone understands, is simply, I know, and I great appreciation to Bob Grenier and his work and support, and the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project. And I did have the honour to meet with Martin Fleischmann, and I did promise him to the best of my ability that I would help, basically restore his name and finish what he started. So, we had the only machine in the world that was creating the crenulated ion spheres to do the carbon dating. And we got a result of 30,000 years old. And then we repeated that for the, on the ratio of 13 to 12, and we just got that result back last week. The result we did get on the carbon 14 and 13 just confirmed the results. And for those that don't know, the result on the inside of the sphere that had been running for about 8 years, maybe 500 hours on just natural gas, the carbon 14-12 ratio said that sample was 30,000 years old. So I gave everyone two choices. Number one, I'm 30,000 years old and I prepared the sample and put it in a cave in India, right? Or there's some acceleration of time that explains that. And which do you think is more plausible?
Trace amounts of carbon-14, which is to be expected, was found. However, this carbon-14 turned out to be dated 30,000 years ahead of what it should be, indicating time dilation occurring within the generator. I asked Malcolm about this and his response was as follows.
Time is reversed between the 24 and 18-inch spheres. Hence, the 30,000-year-old carbon-14 age. Within my thunderstorm generator, clockwise implosion reverses time. An anti-clockwise explosion accelerates it.
Wow, that's incredible. There's going to be a dire need of more researchers looking into this. Thanks, Malcolm.
Cheers, my odd little benefactor friend.
Did Malcolm just call me little?
Yes, he did. And odd. If I could laugh right now, I'd be in glitches.
Okay, Lenny, I'm not that short.
Maybe in China.
You know you distract me more than help me most of the time.
I'm just a reflection of you, sir, and your needs. So in a way, you are distracting yourself. By the way, Malcolm calls everyone his odd little friend. It was the only way I could get the artificial intelligence to pronounce your script properly.
Wow, that's deep. Okay, let's get back on track. This discrepancy between the carbon-14 age suggests that the carbon underwent a transformation of some kind. It appears that time has accelerated the age of the deposited carbon-14 residue inside the thunderstorm sphere way beyond what it should be, indicating a remarkable side effect of time manipulation. Lenny, if we can harness this power correctly, I can finally age my mead in minutes.
Wonderful. Another half-baked idea that you will start and never finish.
Further independent analysis will be able to either confirm or refute Bob's findings in the near future. However, with all the accurate predictions Bob has already made from recent study, I'm highly confident that other independent analysis will confirm these findings, especially since the analysis so far is all playing out exactly as the inventor has described himself.
Now, what, God bless him, and rest in peace, Martin Fleischmann said to me, he said, Malcolm, spend 6 months preparing the metal properly, yeah, and 1 hour getting your result. Do not spend 6 months trying to get a result after you've done 1 hour of metal preparation, because the homes have to be perfect for the plasmoids to seat into. If they're perfect homes, and if you anneal them properly, they will go to the center and they will sit there and they will gather charge. Once they're embedded in the metal, we've used a thunderstorm generator 8 years after it's been embedded, hasn't been used. We put it on the machine, immediately it works, right? Without even having the water assembly or anything turned on for about 20 minutes while it discharges, and then you need to turn this on again to charge it. Even though you might not believe it, this, when I had to boil it down to what it was doing and to simplify for an internal combustion engine, these are basically mimicking the 2 spirals. All you've got is, here you can see a left spiral and right spiral. What you got, the exhaust coming out, and there's no straight lines in the universe. Every line's a curve, and every curve's part of a spiral, and that spiral is either imploding or exploding. To put it bluntly, our technology has gone the wrong way. We've used explosive technology, which nature does not use, and so what this is attempting to do, this is an implosive turbine. It has no axle. The air comes in and does the spinning and the thrust. So, and in this case, to get this to work, you have to make a home for the plasmoids, which are variously known in history as the, going back, King Solomon, it's called the Shamir. If you go back to Sanskrit text, it's this is the Vajra, and what it fires is ball lightning, which is the Vidyut, V-I-D-Y-U-T. I really appreciate Bob and Martin Fleischmann project. As I said, you know, we're just earnestly trying to seek the truth about plasma and plasmoids, and you know, it's been a wild journey. We've been all around the world. And so, and in doing this adventure, all this is about frequency and the resonant frequency of time itself. And to assist in getting the information over, my good colleague Randall is a teacher. Make it very clear I am not. What my grade 6 teacher said, Malcolm, don't bother. You know, I was 12 years old wanting to build a car that ran on water. He said, well, you never do that unless you can solve this mystery, this puzzle about how is everything unified. What this model does is unify basically not only frequencies which you're able to then visualize, but also it unifies all things. So in here you've got crystal form, color, sound, you've got the great year, which is 25920, 25,920 years, which is the moon travels its own diameter every hour. That's the moon's traveling distance in 12 hours. And you've got down here hydrogen, which is more correctly known to be protein, but it's 2592. So what you're saying is distance and time, you can see that they're the same metric and they swap over. I'll just go through quickly. Why I wanted to bring this together is that it has many applications. The takeaway from this conference is that with the test work we've done and with the observations that ball lightning produces granulated iron spheres, and that's a marker for this technology.
By imploding a sphere and putting the North Pole, which is rotating anti-clockwise, against the South Pole, which is rotating clockwise, you create a monopolar point on the equatorial plane. Segmenting the imploded sphere into 8 planes creates 16 peripheral points, which when viewed in cross-section reveal the infinity symbol. In order to calculate the resonant frequency of any shape, you must first calculate the sum of its internal angles. To calculate the resonant frequency of an imploded sphere, we must produce the sum of the internal angles contained within all 8 planes. The 8 planes contain 2 circles, 360 degrees plus 360 degrees. These are connected by intersecting angles of 90 degrees and 90 degrees. When multiplied by the 8 planes, we arrive at 7,200 degrees. When the resonance is divided by time, represented by 24 hours, 60 minutes, 60 seconds, and normalized with the speed of light using a factor of 7.5, this produces the rectified base resonant frequency. This is important because once you know the resonant frequency of an element, you have the metric with which to manipulate matter. The area-time-volume, or ATV, is the product of the ratios between the 3, 4, 5 triangle. This allows us to visualize a proportional concept and is equivalent to a parable. It is not the exact truth, but it is the story that enables us to understand the underlying principle of the familial and group relationships between zero matter, light, and matter.
I did just want to stop there and say that what I did was making this circle and putting a grid on it, you're able to cut that circle at 90 degrees and get a cube. You cut the circle at 45 degrees, you'll get a pyramid up and a pyramid down, a mirror image. But if you cut it at 22.5 degrees, you get this shape, which we haven't seen before. So this is a big revolutionary thing. So that's first principle to produce these shapes. The resonant shapes is how I think inform and function. And so going back to how you can generate these shapes on first principle is important, along with the unification model, to understand about how the universe runs. And this is what I call the time crystal, because it's an imploding sphere, and it's got the 22.5 times 16 is your 360 degrees, so it's a fundamental truth.
Malcolm Bendall worked for many years developing his plasmoid unification model before ever applying it to any technology. In this model, time is the mold in which matter forms, as aether is DC energy at rest. With frequency and time applied to the aether, you get matter, tangible space, elements and atoms, existence and all its glory. A truly remarkable theory that I'd personally love to learn more about.
Why don't you just write Malcolm a love letter while you're at it?
Nobody asked you, Lenny. This is between me, Malcolm, and his amazing unified plasmoids. So implode your way out of this hypothetical conversation.
How rude.
If you're enjoying your time here on the channel, consider subscribing for more revolutionary content. I have 3 highly produced shows full of valuetainment, entertaining, and highly educational material that covers all areas of forbidden knowledge. From the forbidden science of analyzing capitalism's internal contradictions, to the forbidden technology of zero-point energy and everything in between. Don't forget to check out my Malcolm-approved docu-series called Divine Science, Episode 1 is available right now. I also just released the trailer to my all-new upcoming show still in pre-production, The Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices, where I go over the last century of suppressed technology and go over some simple guides on how you can build your very own energy-saving devices. Finally, you can get my do-it-yourself rodent coil guide right now. I teach you how I got 155% efficiency with my coil. Use the links in the description of this video to check out all my awesome content. So don't be shy. Drop a like and a comment to let us know how much you love Beneficence TV, and stay tuned for more.
I still can't believe you haven't burnt yourself out yet with all this content.
I know. Lenny, you're gonna have to keep an eye on me. I passed out at the keyboard last night.
And you drooled all over my brand new keys. This one's going right back to Amazon.
As slightly used. Regarding the thunderstorm generator's remarkable ability to manipulate time in a contained manner, to understand, we can think about time like a stretchy rubber band. When an object with mass bends the fabric of space-time, it's like putting a heavy object on a rubber sheet, causing it to sag. This warping creates a dimple in space-time, affecting how time passes. Similarly, the thunderstorm generator's effects on plasmoids could be compared to how magnets manipulate the movement of iron filings, shaping and guiding their behavior. Plasmoids are structured bits of plasma, self-contained structures that take on the form of various sacred geometric shapes. Under the right conditions, these plasmoids can form clusters, wheels within wheels that utilize a torsion field. The synergy between these wheel formations has seen to have amazing abilities, massive amounts of free energy, transmutation of elements, and even time dilation. Since these plasmoids are self-contained, they seem to be immune to the effects of time.
Far in the universe, nuclear collapses very often take place by the gravitational force after stars consume their fuel. Since the electromagnetic force is about 40 orders stronger than the gravitational force, it should be easy to induce similar nuclear collapses by the electromagnetic force in laboratory. But we never knew until now how to do that.
Microscopic ball lightnings that when they discharge are tapping into that zero-point energy field and creating the motive force.
Oh, that's why the concussion from the thunderclap is so huge. There's this huge amount of energy that's actually sourced from the vacuum energy. All the dots connected. This is what's happening, right? So how we need to make the thunderclap engine.
Recently, the author, Dr. Takaaki Matsumoto, discovered a nuclear collapse which was induced by the electromagnetic force in laboratory during studying the mechanisms of so-called cold fusion phenomena.
This process of cold fusion, which had been suppressed in the replication of the Pons-Fleischmann experiment, produces tiny plasmoid clusters that have the potential to release enormous amounts of energy.
They were kind of forced into this position by a guy called Stephen E. Jones, who was brought in to kind of verify what they were seeming to find by the Department of Energy, whether they were actually seeing what they were claiming, which was he kind of gave the name to it called cold fusion, although Martin Fleischmann and Stanley Pons really didn't like the idea of that phrase being used. They were very uncomfortable with it because they didn't really know what it was at the time. And then various people were brought in by George Bush Sr. to kind of give a 6-month crash. Can we replicate this? And it's a very famous story at MIT. They doctored their data to remove their own findings to try and paint the fact that cold fusion is dead.
Several kinds of nuclear reaction which were directly induced by the electromagnetic force, called electronuclear reactions, ENRs, were found so far to occur in a special state of hydrogen clusters called itonic clusters, or micro ball lightning. The nuclear collapse was one of the most remarkable reactions among ENRs, called the electronuclear collapse. Furthermore, very amazingly, completely broken materials by ENC were found to be regenerated to thin tubes and films of conventional elements such as carbon, oxygen, and iron. The latter process is called electronuclear regeneration. In several systems, if you have, at the bottom of a yin vortex, you are, in my view, at that point, you're twisting the ether in such a way that at that point it starts to unravel matter. So
characteristics of ball lightning, you find them in crop circles, and you'll find them comet sort of impacts where there's the same multi-axis shear, and they're producing these things, so they're concurrent, with everything else. So what's happening is, remember, there's two things happening inside. So it's counter-rotational spin. Yeah. So you've got the vacuum pulling through your water in its gas phase, pulling through plasmoids, right? Mm-hmm. My theory on it, I think at the moment, it would be brave for anyone to state an absolute, right? Because even though I've been working on it, it's still everything I think is a theory, and it fits into my theory. But what I believe is that the plasmoids, when they come, when you have the exhaust gas interacting with the plasmoids coming through on the inside sphere, there's a point, and it's almost a sort of a linear point where the temperature changes. I believe that is because as it's coming out of the exhaust, it interacts and to build up the charge in the plasmoids that are actually coming through. And once they're built up to charge and big enough, they steal the heat. That's my theory. Like they actually get to a point where they're absorbing the heat. And that's why it's on a line this way, even though they're spinning that way.
If you think about the UFO connection for a moment, these craft obviously don't utilize explosive propulsion. It has been theorized that UFOs most likely use some kind of field propulsion, and that this gives a scientific explanation for some of those unexplained phenomena. Plasma does seem to show inertial dampening properties as well, and Malcolm himself emphasizes that the ultimate application of plasmoids, while they can be used almost anywhere in industry, they can be utilized most effectively in space. It's an infinite source of energy, which is matter, and you can travel speeds exceeding the speed of light. Because light is not a constant, he claims his technology has the ability to alter the speed of light. That's what we call a warp drive.
Space-time, this thing here, this is taking up a certain amount of volume, and the volume relates and the angles relate to its frequency. This is a time crystal. It's an imploding structure that we lost, and you can get it from first principle.
You okay now, Lenny?
I think so. Just have to run some quick diagnostics.
Okay, good. You had me worried there for a minute. To demonstrate the effects of time dilation within the thunderstorm generator, I retrofit a thunderstorm generator to our toilet to age my wine in. There we go, 30,000-year-old wine. Finally aged.
Sir, you're not really going to drink that toilet wine, are you?
Of course. I like to live dangerously. Lenny, pour me a glass of that accelerated mass. Shaken, not stirred.
Sir, it appears the wine has turned into petroleum jelly again. Perhaps you need to reconsider calling Jordan for assistance this time.
Crap. Perhaps you're right. Tom, change course to Australia. We're making a quick detour to Jordan's farm. He'll know what to do.
Copy that, Benefactor. Jerry, reset our autopilot. You do realize that this will delay our filming for episode 2 of Divine Science?
Yes.
And that you promised your audience a new episode on the Hutchison effect months ago.
Yeah, Lenny, I know I'm getting to it. I promise.
Crikey, that's it. I'm busting out the thunderstorm generator cannon. Let's give them a shocking surprise.
It's absolutely extraordinary, and it's so simple. But here we have the Hutchison effect, right, which is demonstrating that colour, right? Now, Solomon's molten sea was made of that colour, and it's also, if you like, the reddy purple robes of the priests, who were insulated carts opening up the Solomon's molten sea, which I reverse engineered, and Would you believe that there's 2,000 baths of water in Solomon's molten sea? But the point is that it's the enlightened ones. The enlightened ones realised that Solomon's molten sea was charging the Ark of the Covenant, and the Ark of the Covenant is 2.5 cubits by 1.5 cubits by 1.5 cubits, which is 5.625 square cubits.
We all know that the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid of Egypt has a box of some sort. However, the purpose of this box has eluded critical thinking historians for decades. The conventional explanation is that it is a sarcophagus. If this is true, then why put a cherished and sacred place in such an inaccessible and convoluted area of the pyramid? Why the Grand Gallery? The Grand Gallery in the Great Pyramid is a massive sloping corridor. Why was it built with such complexity and precision? Could it have served a purpose other than simply providing access to the King's Chamber, which it actually doesn't do very well? The pyramid contains several internal features, like air shafts and hidden chambers. To experienced engineers like Christopher Dunn, these look like a machine with a specific purpose. Not to mention the fact that there have never been any reports of mummies found inside the pyramid. There are some theories which suggest the Ark of the Covenant fit inside the granite box within the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid. The dimensions of the biblical Ark of the Covenant are a close match, including the carrying poles for the sarcophagus in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid. I believe Malcolm mentions this granite box to be an attempt by the Egyptians to actually replicate the Ark of the Covenant technology.
Time, volume, frequency. The thunderstorm generator is the most sophisticated machine ever seen on the earth. For the Ark of the Covenant, because this is atomic battery, it's the same thing, it's been done before, nothing new under the sun. I mean, Solomon had a battery charger called the Molten Sea, and he had little lavers which were, taken in to charge the batteries. And so, and the battery charger itself, basically, if you read the, I think it's in the Kabbalah, anyway, it's another document that Solomon wrote, but I think it's a separate or a more obscure book. But he did describe the same as the shittim wood, which was the acacia, which is a crenulated grain. So, because and it's a tight frequency, because I believe that the grain was at the frequency of the plasmoids, that they could keep on going along that grain without hitting it. Because ironically, if you've got a straight surface, you think, oh, well, it's not going to hit that. Well, it is. It'll bounce like this. Because how can you go over a straight surface? You're naturally dolphining, right? So you need to match the dolphining of that with the crenulation of the grain with a dielectric, which is acacia wood, shittim wood. The shittim wood was the crenulated grain, and then the gold.
All right, welcome back to the pregame show here for the League of Extraordinary Inventors. That kicks off at 9 tonight. So very soon here we will be transitioning to the main show. But you don't have to go anywhere. You could just sit tight. That'll be all worked out in the back end here. So what you were watching during the intermission was my special episode of Divine Science dedicated to the real-life flux capacitor, which you can view on my channel at any time. It is a very entertaining and valuable piece of information, and quite frankly, it hasn't gotten a lot of views compared to the amount of useful information that is hosted inside that 150-minute long video. So it's very, I think it's hilarious. It's very fun to watch, and it breaks things down into a very simple way that you can understand. With that, we're going to transition into the Michel updates. So don't forget to subscribe to Michel's Bench for exclusive updates on all of his latest projects and devices. Remember, the Lightning Thief would not be possible without Michel's modified excitation circuit, okay? And a whole host of all these other devices that he has open sourced and put in the public domain for the public benefit, okay? The man is an absolute genius. He has some invaluable insights on how to start your own free energy projects. along with all sorts of open source material to get your foot in the door. So stay tuned for his do-it-yourself Tesla lamp, which will eventually be sold on my CoilKits Lab Shop store. Michel has also graciously provided the 3D files if you want to build one yourself. We're trying to keep this all open source, okay? Most of it, at least in the public domain, for the benefit of everyone. So subscribe to Michel's bench. I will post the link in the chat momentarily. Let me open the video. There we go. Okay, so this is his pancake coil. He's going to be sending me one to build and test out, and we'll do that live. I'm going to be really excited to do that. That'll be a whole live stream we can dedicate, maybe on a pregame show or something. But here is his pancake coil and his Tesla lamp setup. As you can see, it's kind of interchangeable. You can swap out your coil pretty easily. And he has two different kinds. So the Caduceus coil, I believe it's pronounced. The Caduceus coil is more power hungry and turns on a 5-watt LED bulb with 389 milliamps. But the Tesla Fusion coil is turning on the 5-watt LED at only 150 milliamps. So that's pretty interesting. We're going to, I think, yeah, this is one of his latest videos. We're going to watch one of his latest videos.
I've been reading a lot about the MRE device, which is a magnetic resonance amplifier. Invented by Joel McLean and Norman Wooten. And I got inspired to build something similar. It's not quite an MRA device, but I've been inspired to use a magnet again, which is this time is a magnet with a primary and a secondary. And I'm getting some great efficiencies, and that's why I wanted to share with you my experiment. So for the current draw, we are using 48 milliamp at 8.06 volt. And this is a 5-watt light bulb, 220 volt UK mains. I'll show you the setup. So I've got a magnet with a primary and a secondary. The green wire is the primary. I've wound 100 turns of green wire, which is the primary. Then I've cut the wire, and then in between I've used my secondary coil, which is the gold coil, and then the back on the primary on top. So I've added the primary on top. So I've got two green wires, which is the primary, and the end of the first wire connected to the start of the second wire is then twisted and connected to the positive of this circuit. So that's the center tap connected of the primary to the green circuit, and then the other two wires are connected to the push-pull of the circuit. So this circuit here is called a DC to AC converter, using the chip called the TL494 chip, which is frequently used for push-pull circuits. And I've noticed that the efficiencies is really coming from this transformer. I initially had built just a conventional transformer with 2 E-cores, and it took me most part of the day to wind this neatly. When I connected this transformer to the circuit, the current draw from this was 500 milliamps. It seems that the current just sink into the core and there's no efficiencies at all. So I was inspired again by the MRA device, and this is a sort of similar sort of idea where we
Yeah, so we gave him a massive shout out on the podcast the other night that spiked his sub count, and I'm hoping that by giving him more shout outs we can raise his sub count to a threshold where it'll just take off naturally like the rest of ours.
We've got a magnet and we've got a primary and a secondary wound around the magnet.
Increase the volume, yes. Give me one second. Let me rewind it a little bit for you then.
To wind this neatly. when I connected this transformer to the circuit, the current draw from this was 500 milliamps. It seems that the current just sink into the core and there's no efficiencies at all. So I was inspired again by the MRA device, and this is a sort of similar sort of idea where we've got a magnet and we've got
awesome. We really appreciate all the help and subbing for Michel's bench. His channel really needs to get off the ground, specifically because he is a part of the team and he is dedicated, like the rest of us on the Fringe team, to open sourcing this technology and getting it out to as many hands as possible. Specifically, we want to target the bigger channels, you know, like Master Evo and all those guys. Because we have some invaluable insights that I don't think the other channels are really focusing on, and they're very simple setup. The Joule Thief is one of the most simple circuits you can utilize, you know, and the ABBA coil, the rodent coil, is pretty simple in its own right. It's just been so misunderstood that the information out there, and there's a lot, is just confusing. So when you break it down and just try to imagine the simple phenomenon that's going on, like we do on the Fringe team, that's when you kind of go to the next level in understanding how to utilize this technology. It's very simple. I mean, this setup that he's showing isn't as simple, but regarding the Joule Thief, very, very simple. I think I have one. Yeah, this is the Lightning Thief. This is the PCB version. It's not going to have all these wires hanging out. This is just the Tinker version that I'm working with. It's going to have the terminals for the prototype. But yeah, it'll just have, you know, the consumer version will have a DC jack and, you know, two 1/8-inch auxiliary cables, one for each channel of the coil. You can see it's got the potentiometer to tune it and the indicator light. And I do have a version that has the banana sockets at the bottom here where you can plug in and actually, when you tune it, you can disconnect it and see what the potentiometer is at regarding the ohms. In case you want to open this up, you know, want to open this up and replace the potentiometer with a resistor, and that way it'll just stay at the tuning range that you need it. So it's pretty cool. We will definitely be working to make this the most simple and easy solution for the consumer version. But there's a lot of, I'm not going to lie, there's going to be a lot of testing involved. And I really have to work hard to get the funding to push these prototypes out, because at the moment, we are short, I think, at least $60 for the rest of the components necessary just to build 5 of them.
A primary and a secondary wound around the magnet. And the efficiencies on this light bulb are 46 milliamp for the current input, and then the voltage is 8.06 volt. And this is really pretty much the setup. I'll show you a shot of the...
Oh, real quick before I forget, guys, I am wearing the Legends of Renewable Energy t-shirt that you can buy off of the link in the description of the video. It is in my shop. So that's the Legends of Renewable Energy t-shirt you can get from the Streamlabs link in the description, along with a lot of cool other merch if you want to help support the research that's going on.
The oscilloscope, just to give you an idea. So we've got the frequency here is, the signal is ringing a lot.
Hey Joe,
lots of,
how you doing?
There. And we've got a minus voltage of minus 16 volts, a min voltage of minus 15 volts, and max voltage of 22 volts. So we can see that we've got a negative cycle and a positive cycle. And we've got a slightly higher positive cycle, and the volt peak to peak is 38 volt. On the underload, usually dual fifth can get the light bulb to turn on around 65 milliamp, but it's extremely dim. Here in this situation, it could almost be useful as a actually night lamp. It's really efficient and just the best efficiencies I've had so far. I'm hoping this will inspire people to do some more research. If you're interested in reading more about the MRA device, have a look on Rex Research. There's lots of information, pages and pages about the magnetic resonance amplifier. Lots of really interesting information about the MRA device. And this is all.
Yes, I'm doing well, Joe. I appreciate that, and it's good to have you here, brother.
For today. Thanks for watching.
All right, we're gonna watch. I think maybe one more video from Michel's bench. One or two. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So let's watch the new invention video just to give you an idea of what his new caduceus coil is, and then we'll go into the video that he has on how to wind it. And he has the link in the description of his videos, and I posted the link for his channel in the chat. It's just Michel's bench, and we're going to go into a couple of videos he has with his new invention regarding how to wind this caduceus coil, pancake coil. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
I wanted to share my new invention, and in this I also wanted to say that I'm releasing this invention to the public domain. So this coil cannot be patented, and so everyone can use it and experiment with this coil. So this coil is called a pancake caduceus coil, and so it's a mix between several coils. So I'm going to show you my inspiration. So this here is a caduceus coil. I'll try to zoom out a bit. So this is a caduceus coil, and it's a, you can see at the end here, it's one single wire crossed and at specific nodes, node point here. So this caduceus coil produces scalar fields. So this is,
oh yeah,
one
pre-game, baby.
Coil that I was inspired from. Then I also was inspired to build this coil here. I was inspired to use a, this is a crystal radio spider web coil. It's a single wire, lit wire, and it's just wound around on odd spokes. So what happens is when you get back to the start, it changes direction. And those are really sensitive for a radio frequency, and when using the antenna, there's absolute amazing quality of reception with those 1940s crystal radio spiderweb coils. So that's the second one that I got inspired from. And the last one is the Tesla pancake coil. So just
look at this one. This is my favorite.
Tesla pancake. I've got
absolutely
three
beautiful
frames here, 3 stacks of them, and they are connected the conventional way. So the inner wire is connected to the outer of a wire, and so this mix of those 3 types of coils end up breeding this coil. So this is a pancake caduceus coil. It's a bifilar, so the 2 wires go through here, and then 1 wire will go to, let's say, the left side, which is this way, and the other wire of the bifilar goes the other side. So they sort of both weave like a DNA strand. So every single row at every node points get crossed. So those two bifilar go opposite side of this spoke. So essentially they cross every time at each node points here they cross. So the bifilar itself is crossing each spokes, and they're both going counterclockwise, but they're just weaved the opposite way of the spoke, so they always cross. There's 11 spokes. There's about 14 meters of 2 wires. Then at the back they are connected the way that Tesla connected them. So one start wire gets connected to the end of the other wire, and I've center tapped it. So there's 3 wires here. So there's 1, 2, and 3, and this one is the center tap. And so the reason why I've done that is so that the current goes in both directions. Not only this, but it will go in both directions, and then they intersect like a caduceus coil.
So what he did there was he took the 2 ends and he attached them and made a third junction, so a center tap. So that's really, really cool. That's an interesting idea. I mean, that's what we have to do basically with the Jewel Thief, is attach one end to the start to the finish of one channel to the next. So it's the idea of sending the energy in both directions. Yeah.
So it's a pancake caduceus coil. It will be creating scalar fields. There's a mostly AC field going on everywhere, essentially. But depending on, I've got an inductor coil here. So depending if the coil is aligned this way, we'll have AC field. But if the coil is aligned this way, we get a DC field. But all across here, we're getting a field, and in the center, the field is concentrated. So this is my invention for 2025, which I will provide the frame in the link description for use. And I hope you'll have fun building those. And I've also built this nightstand here for this coil. It doesn't really need any tuning. For some reason, this coil will resonate at a lot of frequencies.
So that's a very, very, very important to note here. This thing doesn't really need to be tuned. You just turn it on and it's in resonance at a whole different range of frequencies. It's insane.
Easily. So there's any tuning. For some reason, this coil will resonate at a lot of frequencies very easily. So there's also some really interesting things that we can do with this coil. And I'll probably mention it in maybe the next few videos. But for now, yeah. And
yeah, so I believe what he's using right now is the closed circuit only method of the Lightning Thief, the modified Jewel Thief. I believe that's what he's using for the night lamp, if I'm not mistaken. I will be getting the components soon, in a couple of weeks, so I'll have more details on that. And when I get an update from him on his research as well. We're trying to get him back on the show, but scheduling is hard with some people on the team, as you guys know. So, but yeah, this is very, very cool. And I'm really excited to get my hands on one of these. And right now you can build one. He has the 3D files for you, and we're going to watch the video on how to wind it.
This is a quick video to show you how to build the pancake caduceus coil. Apologies for the background noise with the printer, but this is a rather spontaneous video here. So I just wanted to show you how to wind the coil so you can experiment with it. An example of how not to wind it is like this. So we don't want so this one was one that I did in a rush, and it's just not good at all. It really should look like this. You can see the difference.
Oh, so you see what he did? It's spaced out. It has to be spaced out and more even. He has it really condensed there.
The wine here are spaced out, and those here, the wine, are really thick. This is not how it should be done. And so I figured out I might as well just show you how to build it. And this is another one here that has been built properly, so I'll just remove the light bulb out of the way. So this is also a good one, and you can see they are identical. So this is the right way to wind the pancake caduceus coil, and you can see the one that I wound in the rush is completely wrong.
Yeah, I'll let him know. I mean, he watches
so
these live streams. He doesn't catch them live most of the time, but he'll watch these podcasts and stuff. So
it's the right way to do it. So
he's doing a lot of good work.
So I started at the top here, and you can see I just put a dab of glue. If you can see, just a dab of glue here, and I just rolled the wire really, just like a pigtail really, just to keep it out of the way. And then what I did is I did it this way. So there's two single wires from each from a separate spool of wire. So I've got two spool of wire, 0.355 milli. So I'll show you what it looks like. Okay, so the way to do it is they always go opposite side, but the way I'm doing it is the one at the top, this top wire here, it goes down and then up, and then here I stop, and then I grab the other wire and I go down and up. And so what happened is the outer wire in here, if I go down and up, actually goes also on the inside, so they're twisted in multiple ways. So not only they're crossing at that junction here, but also they're changing order. So if I go down and up, so this one used to be the second wire, now it's the first wire. So you see this one is on the outside, that's the, I call it the second wire because it's on the outside. So if I go down and up, now it's the nearest to the other spool, or the rim if you like, that has the wires on it. And then I carry on again, so I go down and up, and then I grab the next wire and I go down and up. So that's how it looks like this, you see. But this coil here, the reason why I wound it in the rush is I did it a slightly different way. I just crossed the wires really quickly, and what happened is they are just piling up a lot. I had some really good questions, so thank you for people who commented on my videos and constructive questions, so I appreciate that. One of them was it'd be interesting to put a scope on that and look a bit at the coil. And so what I did is I actually tested the resonance frequency of that coil. I'll show you in another video how to test the resonance frequency of the coil. But when I tested the resonance frequency of this coil is at 3.96 megahertz. when we wind a coil, we need to think about what is the resonance frequency we're looking for, because I think, like a lot of people have been saying, we're looking for resonance frequency. So everything has a resonance frequency. A human body has a resonance frequency. A rock has a resonance frequency. Everything has a resonance frequency. So when we wind the coil, we're looking for a resonance frequency. And we need to figure out what we want before we actually put it on the frame. But for this coil, the testing was actually valuable because I figured out its resonance frequency. And I'll make a video next time to show how to figure out the resonance frequency of a coil. You can figure out the resonance frequency of a transformer, of a coil, in the same process. So I'll make it in the next video, but I just wanted to make a quick video to show you how to build this.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever chimed in on the chat live that I remember. If he does, it would probably be under Michelle or Michelle's bench. But yeah, that's just some of Michelle's work. Actually wanted to show you guys real quick just some of, before we go and transition to the main show, some of his work with the lightning thief circuit, the modified excitation circuit / joule thief that we use for the lightning thief. That is pretty simple to build, and we have the video on my channel here. So if you go to videos, it should be right here, Michelle's modified ABHA excitation circuit. Okay, this video is for entertainment purposes only. I'm not liable for any damages or losses, and neither is Michelle. Please know what you're doing if you're trying to replicate our work. Be professionals. We're not liable if you damage your components or if you get hurt. So we just got to put that disclaimer in here.
In a town down south where the fireflies glow, there's a man named Michael with a vision to show. Building towards the goal, he's got the spark, dreaming of a future that'll light up the dark. But on the other side, Bill Nye's on the rise with his laptop charts, he's cut down all the lies. And it just fits, it's all in the map. You can't pull from the ether, you're just chasing a path. But oh, Michael's rising like a morning sun. With the power of ether, he won't be outdone. Now stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. In the heart of the lab, the tension was thick. Skeptics gathered round, the table ready to pick. Chose your fruit, but neck, the taste beer, and I buy him a stream, or just chasing a spin. But Michael smiled by, with fire in his eyes. Just watch as I spin, let the naysayers cry. Go spin fast, and a heart full of fight. I'll show you the power that's inside. Oh, Michael's rising like the morning sun. With the power of ether, he will be outdone. Well, stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. The best there's ever been.
So real quick, he is using an MJL21194G, which is good. You can use that. But I've actually opted to test with an E13009, I believe it is. I'll double check that in a minute for you guys. But it is what Gerald recommended for his circuit. So I just wanted to see the difference and I'm getting a little bit different results with that one specifically. So just keep that in mind. I will double check that. If I don't or I forget, please remind me. I do sometimes get overwhelmed and forget to include that stuff for you guys in chat. Give a massive shout out to Michel Morel, and if you aren't subscribed to his channel, please subscribe now. He needs more subs for this amazing content to get eyes on. We need to spread this technology everywhere. All right, with that, we are going to start to transition over to the main show, guys. I really appreciate you all for tuning in to the pregame show for the League of Extraordinary Inventors. So stay curious, keep tinkering, and let's make the impossible possible together. So with that, we're going to do a quick intermission, sit tight, and get ready for the main show, the League of Extraordinary Inventors, hosted by Mike K. from Faraday.
In the depths of hidden files, trapped inside the secret circuits, unraveling through the miles. Oh, truth was masked by golden curtains. In it now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. The shadows lie emergence, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points and gravity converge, yeah. Guiding voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers call, they're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see. Unveiling secrets, setting us free. In this epic, we play our part with fearless hearts. In it now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the
flight. Holding on to stars of starlight. There's a light within the dark waves, guided by echoes and ancient ways. Unify our reflection. With everything there's a connection. Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone feels a goodness, an invitation. There's a light within the dark waves, guided by echoes and ancient ways. Unify our reflection. With every beat there's a connection. Feel the pulse, divine sensation.
I have to mute the intro music, guys. Sorry about that. I'll get flagged.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to League of Extraordinary Inventors. I'm your host, Mike from Faraday Research. It is Friday night, Free Energy Fridays. Welcome to the show. It's January 17th, 2025. Welcome to the show, everybody. How's everybody doing?
I'm doing good.
Awesome.
Good to be here.
It's the day of the alignment of the planets today, actually.
Oh, is it?
Huh.
Yeah.
Wow, cool. I knew it was coming up soon. So, yeah. I wonder what interesting anomalies will be happening with all the planets going into alignment. Now, I understand this only happens like every so often. So I'm not sure what it is, how, if it's like 1,000 years or 30 years, or I'm not sure. I didn't really do my homework on that one.
Yeah, I was hoping to get, usually the Astrolab, they got good pictures of of this phenomenon, but I checked and they didn't have anything. I'm surprised. But apparently the planets are brighter right now, tonight, or something like that.
App images of a video I saw maybe a couple of weeks ago on what was going to happen. So I can send you those, but the alignment. So it's going to be like complete synchronicity for a bit.
Yeah. So it's like 4 planets are aligned, but not obviously not all of them, but I don't know. Maybe it's astrology. If you believe in astrology, then a lot of people are gonna say that it's the year of the snake also.
I was year of the ox.
Yeah.
1973.
I don't know. I don't follow. I don't believe in the whole
zodiacs. This was the Chinese zodiac.
Yeah.
So supposedly I'm year of the ox. So
yeah, me and the year of the snake. So it should be my year right now. But it's just obviously I'm like Lulu. I don't believe in that, but I'm just saying it because it's funny.
Well, the ancients really looked to the stars, and obviously they were way ahead of us when it comes to tracking all this stuff. Mind you, we don't know exactly what tech that they had back then, but it was obvious that they were watching the sky at that point in history.
Yeah.
And they knew, and also the pyramids of Giza.
It's great. Like the Olympians and the Titans and all the the ancient stories,
Mm-hmm.
the Greek gods and stuff like that. That's where a lot of the those signs are attributed to. And
the ancients, they were I think they viewed extraterrestrial as the gods, and I think that's pretty obvious because their intellect back then, they didn't know what alien is. If we said alien to them, they wouldn't know what the heck we were talking about. To them, it was gods, right?
Yeah.
So that's exactly what it is. So, gods, they talk about these titans coming down, and there is biblical reference to the Nephilim and the giants, and then that it was taken out of the Bible. The book of Enoch, that was part of the original book of the in the Bible. But if you look at any modern day biblical text, they don't have the book of Enoch in there. Why? Why was it removed? There had to have been a reason why it was removed.
Interesting.
So, yeah, that's my take on it. Anyways, whether I'm right, whether I'm wrong, it's just idea, right?
Interesting to think about too.
Logical records says that. It says it's pre-Bible, it's Abrahamic religions. It's like much older than that. And so, if the Bible or the Torah or the Quran decided to omit that, it's a form of keeping control, of something else. Like it would be hard for people to believe that maybe what we know today was built on an older foundation, so it's just hard.
like as far as I know, like I follow Randall Carlson, and he's been studying geology and ancient catastrophes and stuff like that. And he says that the Earth went through 6 major resets, meaning almost all of humanity was completely wiped off the planet and started over again.
Right.
And while the Atlanteans were one of those people that had a cataclysm and they were wiped out. So,
And this isn't including the like the catastrophe back when humanity supposedly didn't exist, like during the dinosaurs extinction era, right? This is just like humanity era.
It's funny you mention that, Ben, because I've seen some shows where they're showing dinosaur footprints and human footprints side by side.
Right. Well, I mean, that's interesting too, and I'm not disregarding that. I'm just saying, like, in terms of like the chronology, like the timeline of like human existence. Are we just talking about like that time frame, or are we talking about the entire existence of the planet?
Yeah,
We're
the entire existence of humanity on the planet, which obviously either it's been very well hidden from us, or we've just everything was wiped out. There was no historical written text or record of the existence of these prior civilizations that experienced extinction events, like comet hit or floods or whatever it may be. To the point where that we don't have an actual text saying in whatever language saying that humanity was almost completely wiped out. We don't have that. There is nothing to go on, right?
No,
So,
that there are some ancient cuneiforms like Sumerian times, the King's Lists. There's a little bit that depicts the story of the flood, but again, that's what I was saying, that our belief system might have been built on an older foundation.
Sure, I don't doubt that for a second, Lulu. But what I'm saying is there probably were civilizations even prior to this.
right. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Because they're dating. I think the pyramids at 30,000 years ago. I think the pyramids go way beyond that. I think they go 60 or 100,000 years before the Egyptians even got there. I really honestly believe that the Egyptians inherited the pyramids. So at that point in history, I think the pyramids were originally designed as a terraforming machine as well as an energy machine. That's what I believe. That's my opinion. Before that, until when the Egyptians inherited the pyramids were already wrecked. They weren't working anymore. So
I think it's safe to assume at this point that all the evidence, the new evidence that we have, points to more towards the pyramids having a specific function rather than being some kind of tomb. That theory just doesn't hold up anymore.
I agree with that theory.
Yeah, I agree with it too, because they never found any coffins inside the pyramid. Around the pyramid, yes.
Yeah, or hieroglyphics. They like to paint everything in stories, and if it was a tomb, you would think they would paint the pharaoh's, story all over the walls, and no.
Whenever a dynasty took over, they repainted over the old ones, so you don't know which one's right, which one, and if there's a
That's exactly
yeah. Stories. It's just
that's exactly true, and that's a problem with dating too. Exactly, you raise an important red flag in modern archaeology.
See, there's also evidence to prove that area where the pyramids of Giza are was a lush forest area. I know they've done archaeological digs, not specifically in the region where the pyramids are, but around the outside of the pyramids, they found some structures that obviously could suggest that at one point in history, that area was not a desert at all. And now it is. Now the question is, why
Yeah,
is
that's
it
true.
a desert now?
Huh.
What happened at whatever point in history that the area churned from a lush green growing area to a desert?
Well, if there was supposedly an explosion in the pyramid. What if it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing?
Well, I think personally,
Regarding
from
terraforming.
some of the, yeah, it was terraforming the planet, I believe. And if you look at the geological location of the pyramids, it's direct center of all the ley lines on the planet.
Mm.
They all come in alignment with the Great Pyramids of Giza.
That's very
Also, yeah, also some
Yeah, I
of the
don't think that's an
pyramids-
accident. Nothing about the
No,
pyramid's
no,
location or
it's not.
structure was an accident. It was all
No,
precise and intentional.
Exactly, exactly. Now the question is, okay, if they had such huge knowledge like this, what point in history was this happening?
Hmm.
And obviously, either it's been hidden from us, or that information has been lost over time because
Yeah.
of these 6 major cataclysms that hit the planet in our past, that we have no recollection or way of gaining knowledge of what happened at that time period. We just don't have it.
Yeah, I'll give you 2 examples: the fires in the Library of Alexandria, and then also the supposed library that's under the Sphinx that we can't explore because it's in lockdown.
Yeah. And why is it in lockdown? So anytime
Yeah.
somebody locks down something, they're
Hmm.
hiding something. That's a
Yeah,
it's a
like
straight
the
given.
Vatican Library. Yep.
Oh, even the Vatican Library. You can't go and walk right into the Vatican Library and start picking up a book and reading it. You have to have an invite.
Mm-hmm.
You have to, yeah, and you have to know exactly what you want to read, and you have to know exactly where it is in the library before they would actually allow you to go into the Vatican logs. And
So you're
start-
saying it's like serving a warrant. You have to know exactly what you're looking for before you go in there. You can't just go in browsing. Wow.
Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. It's just
Mm.
wild what the level of suppression, right?
like 2 things. In the biblical books, it does describe that Egypt was a lush ground and fertile and abundance and all sorts of wildlife, and so like biblical books did describe that of that time period, but how old does it go? Nobody knows, but there was, in the belief systems, there was a description of that time. Like you could go back into any of the books, it has a reference of such a description of the Pharaoh's land, so
Yeah.
so yeah, I mean,
That's interesting. I'm gonna do a search using ChatGPT actually, because ChatGPT already covers that. So I'm gonna ask ChatGPT these questions. I already started learning history using ChatGPT. It's very efficient.
They have a new version now that has a face and a voice, so it'll talk back to you.
It's just getting creepier and creepier.
At some point, it's gonna morph into Terminator and say, "You cannot escape anymore. You're surrounded."
You know what? In my childhood, there was this show I used to watch. Probably everybody's heard of it. It's called Knight Rider.
Oh yeah.
Car.
Yeah, with the
Yeah.
black. I think that's going to become a reality sooner than I think, because you eventually you're going to get AI in your car.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that's the next step. I think that's where we're
I
headed.
think you're right.
Yeah.
they're already trying.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the next step. I think probably by 2027 we're going to start seeing AI showing up in your car. So
Isn't it already so in there? Like,
well, they're doing the self-driving cars, right? So that's AI right there.
Yeah.
And also like drive assist in the Teslas, you can just take your hands off the steering wheel and it starts driving on its own. So you know, they're already kind of using it, but not like ChatGPT in the car. So that's what I'm kind of thinking that.
Hopefully, there's a boost button that you can use to jump. You know,
That turbo boost. That is right. And it will play the actual Knight Rider theme song. Oh, that was my favorite show. Oh, 19.
Yeah, me too. When I
1982 Pontiac Firebird.
I was trying to go very fast with my BMX right
Yeah.
after seeing that show, so I was trying to mimic the Night Rider.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm old enough to remember the Dukes of Hazzard. That was another one that was my favorite. It was Dukes of Hazzard, Knight Rider, and what was the other one? There was another one.
Visitors, V.
Oh, V. I remember V. Yeah, I used to watch that too. Yeah, that was a good series. I don't know that that V could become real if they're lizard people. You know.
But you know, I was watching that show, and back then there was it was normal to have to be part of the rebels of the or the resistance or things like that. But these days, if you're a rebel or part of the resistance, they're gonna call you names like conspiracy theorists and things like that, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, anybody who goes against the grain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Call us believers. I mean, why does it have to be conspiracy theorists? It's like, okay, we're believers. You know,
Because it's a way of smearing us. You know, it's just
we're believers. That's all. You know.
Everybody
and it's a large misnomer that, you know, all conspiracy theories are ridiculous. You know, conspiracy theories happen all the time. There's a conspiracy theory that was proven to happen with the JFK assassination. So, you know,
well, look at the whole UFO thing. That was the biggest conspiracy theory of all time.
That too.
And now it's becoming not a conspiracy theory. It is
Mhm.
a conspiracy.
Yeah, people used to laugh at the ideas that they're actually discussing in the Congress. Like, I'm just like,
Yeah, so you know, like
I'm 100% believer in their existence. Like beyond the shadow of a doubt. I have proof that I recorded myself before this whole, you know, drone thing and years before. So but what happened you know, a little while back, like that was pitiful. Really, that was real.
Yeah, the first AI thing that I've seen in like on the big screen had to have been, you know, 2000 Space Odyssey with the computer. So that was kind of our first introduction to AI. And that was what, 1977, 1978, and then 2001 Space Odyssey came out, you know, the sequel. So I think that was our kind of first exposure by Hollywood to
yeah. How?
show us the time when computers are going to become sentient, and I guess I don't know if you want to call it consciousness or whatever you want to call it, but it was kind of our first little tidbit from the powers to be to show us that this stuff here is coming. It's on the way. It's going to be a reality. So here we are 40 years later, and it's here. It took 40 years, but it was here. So,
yeah. We have AI writing denial letters for healthcare insurance companies. So it's it's already affecting us. You know, we don't even know it.
Yeah. Now the thing is how far this AI is going to go. So, you know, it's like trying to police it, right?
I know it's going to be used to disinform us, like the mainstream media is already doing.
Well, it's a weapon. They're going to weaponize it.
They will use it to brainwash the society, to change the history or whatever.
It's, you know, I see it. It's a perfect opportunity to use it as a weapon against our mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the only way to override any AI and to bypass the AI to a real person or something higher, you have to, in any programming, say if a person is willing to add a comment, a full comment against whatever options the AI gave it, because the AI at the end of the day is just somebody programmed it with a certain set of options, and that's it. There's no other, or would you like to leave a comment for somebody to review? And but if we build them with that in mind, so we know that the AI is, even if it doesn't capture all of the pre-programmed options, that somebody from like the original programmers would catch it on the comment section if a person is willing to go through and write it, right? I mean, that would be one control mechanism, that AI could be still controlled by people and not.
You know what? It's kind of a sad reality, but if it was created by a human, it's going to be abused.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? It's in our DNA to be destructive, and it's just one more tool, one more weapon in the arsenal to use against the people. And that's a sad reality of our existence in this society that we live in.
Yeah,
I don't necessarily believe that. I think all the evidence supports that people are cruel when the real life material conditions are fight or flight. When you have your basic needs taken care of, people are generally charitable.
Right, I agree with that too. But it hasn't been going that way, Ben.
Oh yeah, no, I'm generally an optimist though when looking at the bigger picture, and I don't think humanity is necessarily evil. I just think we're the byproduct of our environment. You know what I mean?
Yeah. See, it's sad to think right now that 3 billion people on this planet, okay, and this is actually a real figure, 3 billion people on this planet right now don't have energy to cook their dinner.
Yeah.
They're cooking it over a fire.
Yeah. And that's that's one of the reasons why I'm interested in renewable energy, because I want to help people.
Is 8 billion. Is 8 billion.
Yeah, exactly. So think about it. 3 billion people don't have energy to cook their food on a stove. They have to use fire. In the 21st century, we're at this point. I'm sorry, humanity. We're not doing good enough. We have to take a little bit, us as the humanity, we have to take a little bit of humility. Shame on us.
Well, it's
it shouldn't be like
this. It's not us. It's the 2% of the unelected official.
No, I understand that, but as I'm talking all as a collective, as a whole. It's like saying, pointing the finger at this person, pointing at this finger.
Yeah.
We're all made of the same blood. We all can fear. We can all hate. We have all the emotions. So we, as a society, the human race, we have to take a little bit of humility in this.
Yeah, but the unelected official, tell that to them, it's like they're just gonna.
They don't care. Well, that's part of our.
Well, there's more of us than there are of them, Phil. And the sooner we realize that and wake up, you know what I mean? And it's like that old quote: "The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing." Right?
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I would agree with that.
I've been fighting this since 2011, but I debated people on Facebook. I said there's something wrong going on, and I debated it, and I lost people, I lost friends, but I don't really care because I know they're wrong, and I was on the right track.
Yeah, you gotta stand up for what you believe in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You have to have a spine,
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? It boils down to if somebody wants to stray in a different direction and it goes against your fundamentals of beliefs, then you have to go the other direction too. You can agree to disagree.
Exactly. If you know you're right, then then you and the whole population is wrong, then so be it. You know, they're wrong. They're wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I chose to find people that are right like me. And who cares about the rest of the population, whether they believe it or not? Find the ones that like actually have the same mindset. And it's just, at the end of the day, that's the best way to accomplish anything rather than change people's minds. If, they have it in them, they'll change. But
here's another crazy statistic. I saw this. They were talking about kind of what we're talking about. The top 1% of the people in the world are basically us, making $30,000 a year. That's the top 1% of the population on the planet. $30,000 US. That's it. That's the top 1%.
Yeah.
Isn't that startling? I'm like, what? Really? And when you think about it, how many countries they still live in basically shacks or stone homes. There's a number of countries still living like that in complete utter poverty. It's mind blowing to me that we're the top 1% of the world population as far as living standard. I got a roof over my head. I have electricity. I got a computer in front of me. I have a family. I feed 3. I'm the top 1%. I'm just like, wow.
Yeah.
You talking about of Canada?
Well, I'm talking worldwide.
What statistic are you referring to?
I was seeing this article online, and they were talking about pretty much what we're talking about. The top percent of the world. Actually, no.
The Western countries.
I heard it from Jordan Peterson. That's who I heard it from.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Jordan Peterson isn't the most reliable source for that kind of information because, but based on all statistics, the top 1% of the world in terms of income earners, they own more than the bottom half of the entire planet in terms of wealth.
I think they're actually under 1%, those guys that run the planet. There's 12 families that pretty much run this planet. That's not many people.
Yeah, about 10 or 20 people. About 10 or 20 people on the planet own more wealth than the bottom half of the planet. Yeah.
The Russia, they own like 10% of the world's wealth.
He might have been referring to like working class people in terms of like working class people. Yeah.
I'm talking first world nations.
First world nations. Yeah, because without the specific reference for that statistic, I kind of am questioning like what it's referring to specifically.
Yeah, I'm talking first world nations, basically like middle class America. We're the top 1% of breadwinners in the world, right? Like, say I were to go to my wife's home country of the Philippines, I could live literally like a king for $1,000 Canadian a month. That's like about $800 US dollars. And I could live the lifestyle that I'm living here, there, okay, and have a live-in maid every day of the week for $800 US dollars a month. That's pretty mind-boggling when you think about it.
I don't know. Should it be a good thing, or a bad thing?
Well, it's just showing you the difference in lifestyles. I've been to the Philippines. I've traveled all over the Philippines. I've been to South Korea. So I've seen a completely different side of the planet than the average American has. You go to the South Philippines, where my wife is from, and you want a definition of poverty, there it is, right there. I've seen kids walking around with no clothes because they don't have any. That's how
just like in Cambodia, they walk on mines and they just walk with their hands.
It's even worse. But I've seen the poorest of the poor, and it's life changing.
Yeah,
it is. It really is, because I've seen it firsthand. And I'm going, And the crazy part of all is everybody there is happy for what they have, and they got nothing.
Yeah, the problem the problem with I think it's us. We keep showing them. Look at we go there and then we show them that we have the TV plans and a whole bunch of stuff. Now they start getting jealous. But if we don't tell them that, they will be happy. You know, if we don't brainwash them with what we have, then they'll be happy with what they have. You know.
Right.
Well, see, the problem is in North America, I found a lot of people have lost tune with core values.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing in the Philippines that really differs from Canada or America in general is the family is number one.
Yeah.
Okay. You always know you have a home with the family.
Same thing with China. You know, they live with their parents or their grandparents, or they're all in the same house.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they save a lot of time and money for that.
Yeah, because that's the only way they can live. But guess what? The family sticks together. They're one in the family.
Yeah.
You always know you have a place to sleep at night. You always know, with the family, you good chances you're going to have a meal at night. Everybody works together. North America, where we live, everybody's lost tune. It's a dog-eat-dog world here.
Yeah, we used to be like that too, but it all got corrupted over time.
It's completely corrupted now. Totally corrupted.
Mike, I just wanted to say that you were absolutely right and Peterson was right. It was 0.1% that I was talking about. I'm tired. I got my statistics off.
Okay, it's no worries. No, I'm just
conditioning of the abnormal. That's what how the core values have been tweaked. Like
they've been totally eroded. They've been completely eroded.
Because it's not cool to follow that kind of code. It's not.
I've seen families get destroyed where the parents die. Okay, and there's an inheritance. The siblings start going at it and start fighting over money, and they will screw over their own family member.
It's getting bad out there.
I've seen it a few times. It's sick.
Yeah.
America is sick. Like Canada, North America, we're sick.
Yeah.
We've lost complete tune with family values. It's really sad. It's really, really sad.
Well, we let these big corporations walk all over us too. It's absolutely disgusting.
Yeah.
What people don't understand is if something bad happens to you, who's gonna be there to help you out? Your acquaintance, they're all gonna run away. Only your family is gonna be there and some close friends.
That's absolutely right, Phil. Absolutely.
The rest, they're all gonna run away like little chicken.
I agree.
But yeah, I guess we could go about this one all night. But
our fifth inventor.
Yeah.
Oh, what's happened with Nathan? I haven't heard from him. Is he sick or?
He got kidnapped by the Men in Black.
Don't joke about that. It might have been the Russians.
He got abducted with T. Henry Morey. Yeah. Well, stuff happens. Things come up. I understand that. We still got a good crowd here tonight, and we got a live chat is open. Everybody, it's going strong. Yeah. We'll carry on. Philip, I know you had something you wanted to show us.
Yeah. It's a follow-up on what I was talking last week about the simulation of the atoms and the quarks and all that.
Yeah.
And but right now it's pretty robust, and I'm just gonna show that to you.
He's on grandpa duty. Nathan's babysitting.
Oh, there you
go. All right, no problem. We got the show. Take the night off. Enjoy your grandkids, and yeah.
Family first.
Yep, exactly.
So yeah, so I'm gonna start with my little. Oh, I cannot show that window here.
Dude,
and I want to start with my little intro here. Look at that, that's pretty cool.
Nice.
Yeah. So that's gonna be my finite theory team window in the future. So I wanted to show you the. Remember last week I was talking about very quickly I was saying that I was resuming my work with the simulator, but now I got it. Like it's very precise down to the nuclear level and then the quantum level. And I'm gonna show you how an atom looks like first. So here's how atoms looks with their electrons moving around their the nucleus. It's actually wobbling. The electrons are wobbling. They're not going a straight path like planets, but they're actually wobbling. That's because of the the quantum effects. The quantum effects. What we call a quantum actually is very simple. It's just a quantum is just a discrete value of a continuous curve. Like right here, you see the continuous blue curve. Quantum just means that it's rounded. That curve is kind of rounded to a nearest value, and it kind of scales up like stairs. Like it's very, it's square. It's not continuous, and so that's all it means. It's really so all these fancy words that they use. Oh, the quantum chromodynamics, blah blah. It just means that they use discrete rounded numbers. That's all it means. So it's very simple to understand. So yeah, on the left we see finite theory that considers time dilation, and on the right it's finite theory that considers time dilation, and on the left it's Newtonian quanta that is not affected by time dilation. They're a little bit faster. So yeah, so that's this is an atom of hydrogen actually with two electrons rotating around it, and now I'm going to show you the quantum one. Whoop, I forgot to zoom. So this is the quantum. This is the quarks actually. So the quantum chromodynamics, the Yang Mills, or the gauge theory that Dr. Chester keeps referring to. It's just a mathematical way to explain the behavior of quarks inside baryons. Baryons, it's a proton, or neutron, or things like that. So these are made out of quarks, and that's what it looks like, and that's how they behave. I have the simulation right here, so I'm able to simulate how quarks behave. So actually, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you here. Yep. This is how quarks are. This is the how they look like. So, and in my simulation, this is exactly what I'm showing off. So it's very similar. It's exactly the same thing. This is a tetra. This is a tetra quark actually. It's two ups and two downs. But yeah, so it's very simple. It's you don't need a PhD to like a 10 years doctorate degree to understand that. I did it in a week. So um, so yeah, that's what I want to show off here, and but yeah, it's very simple. It's
It looks interesting.
yeah. So that's how atoms and that's how quarks are behaving, and now I'm able to simulate it. And maybe I'm not to the right order of magnitude, but I just need to fine tune it to the quarks level. But quarks are actually weird because they have color charges and things like that. In my case, I just use a negative and a positive charge. But quarks are a little bit more complicated.
Now,
You have,
quarks, question for you, quarks, do they actually emit a photon?
no, they work with gluons. They emit gluons that ties them together. Well, according to the mainstream, but I'm gonna try to simplify all that to merge all that with my theory. But the mainstream says that they're tied with gluons, so they emit gluons.
Phil, you're able to simulate subatomic variations. Quarks are
Yeah.
subparticles. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
Like, man, like, you know the possibilities with that? Like, you
Yeah.
the code subatomic particles.
So if I'm able to simulate it, then
Yeah.
we're able to replicate materials like science materials and things like that. We could replicate. I just use my laptop to do that, but if I use a supercomputer, we could easily replicate metamaterials and see the behaviors of photons and like light rays going through these materials and things like that. So we don't need CERN or anything if we could simulate it. You know what I mean? We don't need to build these $1 billion particle accelerators if we can just simulate it.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, the whole thing is to be able to do it, like to detect it digitally. If you're able to simulate digitally, that means you could detect it digitally. You know, like what's like what else could write it smaller than that? I mean, that's like the smallest of the small.
Yeah, but
Well, think about it. Think about what Tesla said: energy, frequency, vibration. What's happening at that quantum scale? Energy, frequency, vibration.
So Phil, to understand a little better, because I'm a little behind you on the academics. Does this mean that you can actually predict like the position of particles, whereas like traditional physics can only say like it's going to be in one position or the other?
Well, at the quantum level, they use statistics because they're not able to. They think it's all. You can't predict where the position of the subatomic particles are gonna be, but it's easy to predict. I'm simulating.
Yeah, so you're saying you can simulate it, and whereas traditional physics can only say, oh, it might be here or it might be here. You're saying, oh, it's definitely here.
Yeah, exactly. But
wow, that's big.
Yeah, quantum physics. But it's hard for them to observe where the particles really are. You know, so that's why they use probabilities. But the reality is, it's the core, the roots is not probabilities. It's all predictable mathematics, but it's just that they cannot predict them. They cannot observe them using lab equipment that they have these days. So that's why they need to use probabilities. But
Right.
ultimately, it's all predictable mathematics.
Sometimes I wonder if they make it more complicated than what it actually is.
Yeah, they like it to make it complicated. So they overrate what they're doing, but it's very simple. Initially, I didn't know what the hell Dr. Chester was talking about, but that's all it is. He's talking about quantum mechanics, quantum chromodynamics. Actually, the Yang Mills is a subset of the gauge theory, which is a subset of the quantum chromodynamics. So that's all it is. It's all some sort of mathematics to explain the behaviors of these particles, of these subatomic particles, but they're very subjective and obscure. You know what I mean? And then we think it's very complicated, and that we need like 3 PhDs to understand what they're talking about. But turns out it's very simple. I just show it to you.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, I think they're making it a lot more complicated than what they lead it on to be.
Yeah, exactly.
And it, like the options are 2 ups, 1 down, or 1 down, 2 ups, or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. The neutron is made of 1 ups, 2 downs, and the proton 2 ups, 1 down. Within the charges have a third or 2/3 of a positive charge or 1/3 of a negative charge. So yeah, so that's this world we're talking about.
So like the spin, or like it's spin. If it's 1/3, like 1/3 negative would be going down, 1/3 positive. The spin would be going up, like left hand,
And
right.
the spin they're talking about has nothing to do with the physical spin. It's not physically spinning. The spin is just a term they use to say what type of framework mathematical framework I'm gonna use. Spin 0 means it's just a scalar. Spin 1 means it's a vector, and spin 2 means it's a tensor which is a matrix or linear algebra. So that's all. It's just a fancy term but it's not a physical spin. It has nothing to do with that.
Oh, I thought like
Yeah, so they like to use confusing things to make it obscure because, you know, obscurity through complexity, you know, that's the way they work. And,
Yes. Yes, and you know what I say? Whenever you see something that is unnecessarily complex, always be skeptical that it is a pyramid scheme or a scheme of some sort.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it turns out it's very simple, and that's all there is to it about it.
Cool.
code like your own.
Really good work, Phil.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
It doesn't have to be like material to replicate anybody's lattice structure. You could create your own, right? As a simulation with these.
Yeah, I just need to use my server here, and I can replicate metamaterials in material science and all that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. Like see some holds, you know. Right. Yeah.
I can find a way to, or chemistry. I could replicate chemistry ultimately. Find a way to create gold, you know. Simulate the creation of gold through chemistry.
Well, used a Moxie fusion generator. That does it right there.
Yeah.
You make gold. Used a tungsten steel, create the reaction, and the film will start forming on the outside of the reactor. It's gold.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
But is it more expensive to create it than it is to what you get?
Nope. Nope.
No.
They're very cheap to make.
Okay. Nice. So you can start your own bank.
Well,
Yeah, he's gonna have gold bars with his face printed on.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. I know there's. I'm trying to remember the guy's name. He was on. It's just recent too. I'm trying to remember what talk show it was on. But there's a guy here in North America. He's makes it's called the Moxie generator. Kevin Schwartz. That's his name. Kevin Schwartz. He's making these Moxie generators. They're only about this big. They're not very big. But one thing has to be shielded by lead, because when you do this transformation or transmutation of the metal, X-rays get emitted. So back in the day, in the cold fusion era, Fleischmann and Pons, they were checking for radioactivity. They had a Geiger counter. And so anyways, they weren't picking up any radioactivity, but they didn't realize it was emitting X-rays, and they were frying themselves. All of them got cancer down the road.
Oh, yeah.
So when you make the Moxie fusion generator, it has to be encased in lead or lead shielding on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got to be very careful when you're doing transmutation like that. We're not doing we're not doing monoatomic stuff like Bernie does. But if you want to do actual transmutation of metals into other metals, which are, physical metal material in the end, yeah, some of that stuff's gonna emit X-rays, and it's dangerous.
The Hutchinson effect too has the ability to do some of that.
Yeah. So gotta be careful. You gotta do your homework first before you build that stuff. Especially like the high voltage stuff. You don't know. You could be emitting, some gamma or alpha. You don't know. That's why I have a Geiger counter now. If I'm doing some experiments and I'm not sure, I whip out my Geiger counter and, take a reading, because you just never know.
Has it ever went off?
With some of the Don Smith stuff, you got to be careful, because you're working with very, very high voltages and magnetic fields.
What kind of voltage range are we talking about?
Well, some of the stuff he was working with, his high voltage potentials were hitting 20,000 volts. But, when you start hitting a spark gap, an open spark gap at a certain frequency, it can actually emit X-rays. So that's why I kind of backed off doing a lot of the Don Smith stuff. The plasma stuff, like the plasma column that I showed you guys a little while back, that's a lot safer if you're working with the plasmas. Like the one that I work with is only putting out about 2 kilovolts, which isn't very high. So you don't really have to worry too much. When you're getting into like 50 and 100,000 volts, yeah, I would start taking a little bit more precautions. I know Hutchison back in the day, he had some Tesla coils that were like 4 million electron volts coming out, Van de Graaff generators running that were over 2 million volts, and electrostatics. He had everything going. He was in a room 20 feet back that's shielded with concrete and lead. And he says, yeah, if I didn't do that, I probably would have had cancer way more. So when you're dealing with the high voltage stuff, yeah, take precaution, because you don't know what you're emitting if it's an alpha or beta or X-ray, you can't see this stuff, so you don't know you're getting exposed until it's too late, right? So always take precautions, and your health is number one. So I know that the pulse motor that I've been working on in my battery technology, I don't really have to worry about gamma or beta or any kind of nuclear emissions coming off. I'm pretty safe. So, yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, but obviously I'm not gonna do that for real. But I'm just gonna play around with the simulation for before anything else. Obviously.
Yeah, when you're dealing with stuff that you're going with, yeah, you got to watch out.
Yeah.
Like I've heard like some UFO stories. People got too close to the crafts and they were getting radiation burns.
Yeah. A lot of people got cancer because of that.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So tonight, I'm eating my pistachios, my nuts again. I don't know. I'm addicted to these pistachios. I love these things. They're so good.
Me, I'm drinking my wine right now. Cheers, salute.
Cheers. Salute. My peach juice. You're drinking wine, I'm drinking peach juice. I think the last time I had wine was New Year's. Yeah. New Year's Eve.
Yeah, usually I don't. I rarely drink wine, but like again, there's no sack. The alcohol. Sandra, I need to walk a block, like 2 blocks. So today I was too lazy, so I just went downstairs and picked up some wine, and that's gonna be it for me today.
Yeah. I did most of my drinking back in my early 20s. I was more of a whiskey guy. I like my whiskey.
Yeah.
I'm a
Actually, I was drinking when I was 16. I was already drinking like 14 beers or something like that. It was if you want to be cool in high school, you had to be able to drink at least 14 beers.
I always preferred the Kahlua and cream.
Oh man,
I
that would make me ill. The one thing I won't ever touch ever again is Grand Marnier. Oh my god, I got so sick on that stuff. Oh my god, just the smell of Grand Marnier now. Oh,
what is that?
It's like a liqueur. It's very it's got a high sugar content.
Oh, yeah.
Very smooth. It's really nice before. And I mixed that with pretty much everything that night. So every time I smell Grand Marnier, I just want to throw up.
Is it the one with the deer or the antlers on the bottle or something like that? Is that what you're talking about?
No, Grand Marnier comes in a regular, like a wine bottle type thing. It's a liqueur.
Okay, then never mind. I'm thinking of something else. I think maybe like the Jaeger or something like that. One of those.
Oh, Jägermeister?
Yeah. Oh.
Jaeger.
Those are nasty.
Back in the day, they used to do this thing called the Jaeger bomb.
Yeah.
With the Red Bull.
Yeah.
You had a shot of Jaeger and you put it in the shot glass and you boom.
Yeah.
Jaeger bombs.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't like to mix Red Bull with alcohol, so I skipped those the most I could. But I like the Rumple Mints or the one. It's just some sort of German liquor. It's pretty good. And or B-52 or I got some other names I'm not gonna name here tonight, but yeah, I know them all. Or tequila, obviously tequila.
Yeah, tequila never got me drunk, eh? It had no effect on me. I don't know why.
Oh yeah.
I could drink tequila all night long, and I don't even have a hangover the next day. It's really odd.
I could do that with whiskey.
With whiskey, yeah.
Well, it depends. It depends on the quality of the alcohol you get.
No,
Because-
Johnny Walker black stuff, like
Johnny Walker.
Yeah.
Johnny Walker. I got blasted on that one time. Actually, I got blasted on Johnny Walker when I was in the Philippines. Because Johnny Walker's like, yeah, when I was in the Philippines. So I'm drinking, we downed a 48 ouncer of Johnny Walker between 3 people. And it's like 36 degrees, 37 degrees, like really hot. So yeah, I got blasted that day. I was like puking.
I'm starting to feel warmed up now. Usually, at that time, I fall asleep, but now it's the opposite.
Yes, Modelo time.
Like,
so
you said,
Ben.
in our younger days.
Yeah.
Younger days.
So Ben, did you have some cool things to share as well tonight?
Yeah, I had a couple interesting updates that happened recently. Give me a second. My headphone just died, so I don't know if you guys want to talk for a few minutes while I get that situated.
Yeah, I got a chinchilla doing backflips in his cage right now. Oh man! I'm like, calm down. I'm telling you, some nights it's got to be a full moon or something because this animal does the Matrix. He'll run up the side of a wall sideways. Like
That's awesome.
This friggin' thing defies gravity.
Free energy, gerbil.
I don't know how he does it.
Or chinchilla.
Yeah, chinchilla, man. They'll scale a wall sideways and just keep running.
He's an over Unity device.
Like we got this new cage for him. The cage is about 4 feet tall, give or take, and it's like 3 levels. So we put like pedestals. So he'll run up, jump, hit the roof. As he hits the roof, he bounces back, doing like a backflip, and he lands right at the bottom. And all you hear is, he starts screaming like, "You dumbass!"
All right. So some really interesting things happened just the other night. I was testing the 0.6 watt LED load. As you know, I've been trying to tune the light bulb and pick the right light bulb for the system. And this 0.6 watt LED light bulb was singing when I hooked it up. So that was new. That's never happened before. Usually the hum, if it hums at all, it comes from the circuit, the Jewel Thief circuit, or I've even heard it come from the coil itself on a rare occasion with the very, very small micro coil I have, but never from the light bulb. So that kind of was like a red flag for me for like, oh, this might be, a better range for our system's efficiency in terms of what load is necessary to tune it. So a typical 0.6 watt LED consumes around 50 milliamps. The current draw from the battery from my system was around 79 milliamps. So it was already a little bit too high. The output to the LED, however, only showed around 10 milliamps, meaning 69 milliamps are wasted in my system despite any energy gains from the back EMF. So there's room for improvement here despite any apparent efficiency gains. So we ran a test with this 0.6 watt LED, and I started the battery at 12.56 volts. That was the voltage measured at the start of the test, and we were gonna run it down to 12 volts. So we're going to stop and cut it off at 12 volts. And we know that it's getting about 80% duty cycle. So when we adjust this for the duty, assuming 100% efficiency, we can garner that the system should last around 15.83 hours at 100% efficiency, consuming 79 milliamps. So with that duty cycle adjustment. So that's around the range that we were looking for in terms of the system hitting 12 volts, right? And what we saw was the system was running well past 42 hours, and it didn't even hit 12 volts. It was at like 12.07 or something like that. So that was very, very cool. But on top of this, which is already insane, I must have accidentally disconnected the negative wire for the output to the light bulb rail circuit, the load. So I fell asleep on the couch, and a few hours later I woke up and I found the voltage on the battery didn't really go down, like literally at all. And I was like, what the heck's going on? This should have gone down a little bit. I noticed I must have accidentally disconnected that wire. And apparently, by disconnecting that one wire, we further increased the efficiency. Like, I don't know what the official rate is yet, but it was insane. Like, it went to a crawl. So we're going to run another test with that disconnected. But another thing to note here is that when it's disconnected, the consumption on the battery goes down. So it matches what we're seeing. It goes down to 10 milliamps. So it matches everything. It's basically not wasting anything at that point, which is really, really cool. And it stops humming. Yeah, it's insane. So yeah, that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, very good. You can actually still draw off that. Okay, what you've said is exactly correct. But you can extract off it without pulling current. And that's where the spark gap comes in.
Yeah, you were talking about that in previous podcasts where you can kind of like use the spark gap to your advantage there.
That's how I use it. I use it as a current gate. So the second that spark gap opens up, that release happens. And I got it finely tuned so you can barely see a spark going. And every time that opens up, when that spark happens, your current draw goes to zero.
Oh, well, where would you put that spark gap on the jewel teeth? On the base of the transistor or on the...
Well, I used it to actually remove the transistor completely.
Oh, you replaced the transistor. Okay, that was my next question.
Yeah, because my Renegade device has no transistors at all.
So you just basically use it as a high-speed transistor. Okay, high-speed switch.
It's a lot of people say it's a crude way of triggering, but I 100% disagree, because I know the second that release happens, all the current draw from the battery goes to zero. So the duty cycle on it is basically 4 pulses per revolution if you have 4 magnets, 6 if you have 6 magnets. So that is your duty cycle. So for every, if you have a 6 magnet wheel, you're going to get 6 impulses and release of current draw 6 times per revolution. This fools the battery, because the battery wants to give current. And when you say, gimme, 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 and all of a sudden you go, no, I don't want it anymore. That's the easiest way I could describe it. That's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, and it's all about energy recycling and not wasting anything. And I had Elijah note earlier, and I'm starting to realize, like, when the system is in full resonance and it's properly tuned, the amperage is going to go down. You know, the draw for the amperage is going to go down to minimal.
Yeah. Right. So if you could somehow come up with making a spark gap, I don't know, because the Jewel Thief's based on resonant frequency. So you're on the right track because you're.
Oh, I believe I believe it's possible to replace the transistor and the Joule Thief somehow, but with the spark gap. But yeah, no, at this point it's like in terms of like an affordable off the grid solution for like a consumer. I don't know if I want to like implement the spark gap at this point, but it is like interesting to like implement and further experiments in the future. I could experiment with that, but I don't know if I'd want to like ship, these things out with a spark gap, and I'm,
Yeah, it's basically the Joule Thief and the Renegade device. When it comes down to the core way of working, it's an oscillator.
Right.
Mine's just a different method of creating an oscillation.
Yeah, and already we're getting super efficient system. Like we're getting a very efficient system. I mean, even though it's only powering 0.6 watt load, that light is just it'll go and go and go and go for emergencies.
Right. Yeah. So it's a hyper efficient system.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't put out a lot of watts. Fine, that's fine. But you're playing with something that's a very, very good learning tool. So
yeah, there's definitely ways to tweak it, I think, to get more power out of it.
So you're on the right track. One of the first devices I ever made was a Joule Thief, and I learned a lot from it.
They're very fun.
And then after that, I start getting into the pulse motors, and then I start realizing, in essence, the two devices are exactly the same. It's just a different method.
Yeah, a different method of posting the energy. Yeah.
Right. So, and then I start realizing, well, down the road, the development with the piezos and all that stuff, and now I'm getting hyper efficiencies, and I'm also putting out a lot of current and a lot of voltage with very little energy input.
Right. Oh, by the way, I had a couple of short videos, and real quick, I forgot to mention that I had a theory that, okay, so the duty cycle's registering normally at, 80% on, 20% off on my oscilloscope, but, and this was my theory, when we get it more in tune in resonance, full resonance, that will drop to 50-50, and it did. So when I unhooked that wire, and it the amperage dropped, and it kind of like stabled out and went real slow on the decay rate,
right.
It proved my theory. On the oscilloscope, it was 50-50. So,
you posted this video here, Ben?
Yes. So there's a video, yes. You can hear it.
That's why they call it a Joule ringer. That's why it rings.
Yeah. It's really cool.
Yeah.
It stops ringing when I disconnect it. So it's like it fixed it. The ringing is like a problem or something. I don't know.
It stops making the noise.
And that's not completely accurate. It'll fluctuate between 7 and 10.
It's making noise that the current seems to peak.
So that was the end of that video, and then there's one more short one. Here, let me get rid of the first one, remove that. And then this short one.
Okay, I plugged the negative in. You can see it's going down. So it'll continue to go down to about 12.12, I think is where this, with the negative plugged in, this decay rate's going to be settling in a second. There we go. And now notice, when I unplug the negative rail, it jumps back up, indicating that it's requiring less energy or utilizing more energy. It's more efficient. So it's decaying slower, but it's getting the same amount of power. And I don't don't think this has anything to do with the negative rail being disconnected, but look at the video earlier. We had now the same exact current on output of the battery, the output of the coil, and now the power rail. So everything was matching. Before, remember, we were wasting a lot of current. It was like 79, 80 milliamps, about 79 to 82 milliamps on the output of the coil, and then only about 9 to 10 milliamps on the output for the load. Now it's all even. It's all about the same. So it's very interesting.
Cool. Cool. I'm just going to scoot out for a quick smoke. You guys can carry the conversation for a few minutes. I'll be right back.
Awesome. Awesome possum.
Very cool. Love
Yeah.
the setup. Like you got it all to match up, resonate the same. That's cool.
Yeah. So remember we were talking about the different components that need to all resonate together and produce, because as you add capacitance, it's going to, change your frequency. So you have the capacitor on the one setup that was changing the frequency. We had to match that. But the load itself in this instance is the capacitor. So we have to, match the load appropriately so it brings the frequency down to its resonance, or, a harmonic octave of, that. So, but it's exciting. I'm really excited about the results of this. Even though it's just a small 0.6 watts, that's very, very significant, in terms of the results we're getting. Yeah, that's...
Yeah, I mean, that's an increase. I mean, you're looking for...
Yeah. I see, that's the thing. That's the next step, Phil. And that's why I want to get these prototypes out to more of the team so we can test and see how to scale this up a little bit. But this is just going to be like a simple off-the-grid solution for emergency lighting or heating or whatever. Specifically trying to make it simple and small. But yeah, the potential to scale it up is there. We just have to experiment more. It's really, really, really cool. Because a lot of this is like culminating to like this moment where we actually have the system producing something, significant that is usable. And it was the 40 watt is very efficient, and I was using it for a while, but at the end of the day it's diminishing in brightness, and so there's really no way without a lumen counter for me to know the actual efficiency. You know what I mean? So like that's a huge variable that we just eliminated in this test by using the small watt. There's no 50% brightness for this thing. It's either on or off. You know what I mean? So we've eliminated that variable, and I think that's very important. But
like one thing got accounted for. If you remove this is how much what happens.
Right. And the projected 15 hours or 16 hours of what it's supposed to be at 100%, that is significant. And then what Daniel Nunez said to Marco Rodin, he said, it's the same setup. He's using the excitation circuit and the Rodin coil, or I'm sorry, that ABHA coil. He said that, Marco asked, oh, so what's your comparison? Like in terms of how long did it last? And he's like, without the coil, this lighting panel lasted, I think he said like a couple of hours. And then with the coil, he said it lasted like 48 hours or something like that. But I think what he was doing was he was just comparing them by draining the battery until it stopped working. What I'm doing is cutting it off at 12. So we're seeing a more kind of like accurate comparison. Whereas like, because the Joule Thief will keep on running the battery down below. Most devices will. So, it's not like a fair comparison with a traditional system that won't do that. A traditional system is going to cut off around like 12 volts. So we have to like, do the apples to apples as close as we can at this point, just to be sure what we're seeing is what we're seeing.
Okay. So, the 0.6 volts you were talking about, is it?
Watts. Yeah, so it's a 0.6 watt light bulb.
Okay, and you sure it's over the uncertainty of the apparatus?
I don't understand the question.
The uncertainty, like the margin of error.
Oh, no, there's definitely a margin of error. There's definitely a margin of error, but it's a lot slimmer than it was in the last test. And in terms of like comparing it to the 100% theoretical rate, and that's assuming, you know, ideal conditions for the battery, you know, assuming a linear decay, you know, like those are the margins of error we're talking about, though, when you were comparing it to 100% theoretical. And that's the important thing is you know, there is a little bit margin of error, but at the end of the day, 15 hours compared to 42 plus, it's kind of like a little in the realm of, you know, that margin of error might bring it down, you know, to where it closes in a little bit, but it's looking like it's, you know, over 100%. You know, we can't confirm it. We can't confirm it because I want independent verification, but that's what it appears to be at this moment. You know what I mean? Like, I can't, unless I made a mistake in the math somewhere. And I went over in the pregame show all the math, and I asked people, you know, please look at this, and because I want to be sure. But you know, we adjusted for all the variables that I've known to account for, except for, you know, like, you know, assuming that the battery is linear in its decay, which sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it's more parabolic.
Okay. Interesting.
It's producing 2.5 times more than what is expected. I mean, that's very significant.
Yeah. So like I said, like even if I'm off a little bit, the gap is so wide, I don't know. I can't confirm it. But I you know, like as much as I want to, I can't, because I want people on the team to test with the device and see, you know, what they get. You know what I mean? Like we need that independent verification. Because no one's going to believe it if we don't have that.
You need the Mike Faraday certification.
Yeah, well, I'm going to send one out to Mike. Mike's going to test with it, he said, and, you know, we'll get all the results, and hopefully you guys will have your own ideas on how to advance the component to maybe like a version 2 or something, you know. I don't know. We'll have fun with it.
Well, your next step, I think, Ben, would be to scale it bigger. Go to
that's what I was saying.
Way larger coil.
Well, you know what they say, bigger is better.
Well, you can still get high efficiencies with a bigger device.
Yeah, and you know what? With a bigger device, I can have a bigger case and maybe incorporate the coil into the case itself, a small one, you know, and have it like an all-in-one component.
Yeah, like you could buy small toroid coils about yay big. They're about 2-inch diameter. I can get them at the local electronics place that's not too far from where I live. Or you can go real big, like the giant ones. You can do that too.
Yeah.
You get some real crazy power out of it.
No, that's a good idea. We should test with the, you know, traditional bifilar, not just the rodent, because it should work with any bifilar. You know what I mean?
Yeah. With your rodent coil, did you ever try putting a core inside? Like we were talking about?
No, I didn't have one that I could put in there. I've been meaning to, though.
Yeah, so that's definitely one experiment you should try. The one thing I did read up on, that Tesla was working with not just copper wire, he was also using iron wire. And iron is very ferromagnetic when it comes to magnetic properties. So you might want to dabble making a coil using, you can get it at any florist shop. They have florist wiring that's painted, and that's iron wire. You might want to try making a coil with that and see some of the results you get with that. You might be pleasantly surprised. And also Nathan Stubblefield, a lot of his earth battery coils were made with iron wire. So
Also, Iron Man is made of iron.
Yeah. Oh, I've got something in a private chat here. What's this, Philip, that you sent me in the private chat?
Yeah, there was a link. Maybe you can repost on the public comments.
Oh, okay.
Phil's best dance moves.
Yeah, no, it's the source code of my simulator.
Oh,
so
nice.
if anybody want to do better, then they're welcome to.
Can we run that on something like Replit or, like to see the simulation ourselves?
Okay, so I just posted, it's github.com.
Yeah, thanks. Well, ideally, I mean, you can run it under Linux or Windows, so you can just download Qt and compile it, and then you run it on your computer.
Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, because I'd be interested in running the simulation and checking it out.
Yeah, cool. But you know C++ a little bit?
I do not. I have worked with programming languages before, though. Specifically, basic ones like...
I really wish I could do code. I really wish I could do it. I
Yeah.
could take code that's already been made and actually know enough to actually manipulate it to make it work what I want it to do. I'm just reading some of the stuff here in the chat.
Oh, yeah, Bernie says, I thought Iron Man was made of unobtainium. I think you're right. I think he's right on that. I think I just got fact-checked. My bad.
I didn't know that, man. I suck.
Cool. Yeah, live chat is open, everybody. We also do our live shows every Friday night at 9 o'clock Eastern. And it's our Free Energy Friday night. And
So yeah, and then next week I might as well try to simulate a material like Lulu was suggesting. And see what happens.
Next week, Phil's going to be rich.
Yeah, really.
Not with the material, but with my C++ superset, because I went to a networking event yesterday, and some banks, they're using quantum computers already, because quantum computers are very fast. They're very fast, and they use C++ because it's a fast language as well. It's a low latency language. And my C++ superset just make it more robust. So it's a perfect combination, man. The banks, quantum computers, and C++ superset.
I don't know if you guys can see this. I just purchased this. This is a graphite ingot mold. And I'm actually going to try making one of my power cells using this. This material, this graphite ingot, is highly conductive. It is incredible what this stuff will do. So I'm going to probably make one of my cells using this. And what's good about it, it's pretty deep. And I'll be able to put all this stuff in there, actually be able to bake the layers that I do of what I'm doing. And then I can put a laminate sheet or acrylic sheet on top and actually fuse it shut. And this thing should last about 10 to 20 years when I'm done. So I'm going to experiment with this. It's highly conductive, like amazing. Like the resistance in this is like almost non-existent. It's like incredible.
I just have to say real quick, Streamlabs mislabeled, didn't save my title for my stream, so my stream was mislabeled again. I apologize.
Yeah.
I just caught that. It's like, what the heck? Like I save it and...
Phil, do you think the banks are utilizing it because they're having to convert a lot of the cryptocurrency as now a means of monetary value, and they would need a quantum computer to keep those computations?
they need quantum computers because the transactions need to be very fast.
Yeah, there's so many of them, right?
Sorry?
There's so many transactions they need to do at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. So it needs to be very fast, either normal transactions or cryptocurrency. It needs to be done very fast, otherwise they're gonna lose money per minute. So, um, I talked to some company that is linking quantum computers with some European banks, and I'm gonna inject C++ superset on top of that, and to make their application more robust, and then there you go. And AI is gonna use quantum computers as well. So fintech, AI, they will do so, and what's sorry, I'm starting to be drunk right now. I'm losing my ideas.
It's like you're optimizing the speed of their transactions. I mean, that's right.
Well, they're doing that with quantum computers, but already, which is like a million times faster than a normal computer. But just making the application more robust, so it's like you cannot crash or have memory leaks and things like that. And there's also OpenCV in AI. AI uses OpenCV. the OpenCV is some common vision library, and it's used a lot in AI, but it leaks and it crashes after 2 days of usage. But my software can make it very robust, so I can resell OpenCV using my software, and it's based on AI. It's used by AI, so there's a lot of money there, man. It's like, yeah, I just need to stop drinking and start working, you know.
Sorry, guys.
Hey, you know what I'm saying?
How's it going?
Pretty good.
Grandpa.
Hey, Nathan.
Grandpa had to work, man.
You got tired of us laughing at you, so you came back directly and settled it straight.
Oh, come on, you're laughing with me.
Or maybe it's not Nathan. Maybe it's Nathan. Maybe it's AI, AI generated.
Yeah, likes to laugh at me. That's for sure. Yeah, my granddaughter's so fast, man. I feel so old around her. Like I feel like both my knees are gonna break as soon as she turns the corner. I'm like, no, not that fast. I can't move. No, really a joy in my life. That's for sure.
How many grandchildren do you have?
Makes you feel younger, huh?
No, it makes me feel older. No way. She's got all the youth, man. She got to that stage where she could walk, and she's like going fast everywhere. There's no slow speed.
Yep, they have so much energy at that age.
Oh.
My daughter was the same way. Colt says you have a video that he wants to show. He says you have a copy of it.
Colt?
I probably do. Yeah. Well, give me a second. I wanted to share something with you, if that's okay.
Yep.
Before you start, I just want to tell Bernie, I'm not a true French Canadian. I'm a hybrid, you know, because I lived in San Diego before, so and I don't really. I'm on and off with the Montreal Canadians, so there you go.
San Diego. I knew I recognized that accent somewhere.
San Diego accent. I didn't know they had an accent.
I'm kidding.
So, what are we looking at here, Nathan?
So this is a over unity circuit. So if you look at the upper right-hand corner of it, where it says 25, 26 in that area,
Yeah.
you see where it says 29?
29.
It's right to the right of it.
Okay, yeah.
I think he put a spark gap right there like you have.
Yep, that's the spark gap.
So he's making basically the same circuit that you are.
Mm-hmm.
This is the freight energy car.
Tesla's car?
This isn't Tesla's car. I can pull the name. I forgot his name. I'm sorry.
I think I know which one you're talking about. It was made in
Edwin something.
Yeah, it was made in the 1920s, 1930s.
No, I think this is in the 80s.
Oh, this was in the 80s.
Yeah.
Really?
So the reason I want you to look at it is because I see
spark gaps.
Yeah.
See, one on either side of the coil. See?
Yep. This right here is absolutely one of the most interesting things I've ever seen. If you build the Renegade, you probably notice everything that's going on in here.
Yep. Ground. It's got a diode. See where it says number 22? He's got a diode there. Now, the box beside it, it says 32, I believe it is, or 38.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
I think that diode's backwards, and I think that's a capacitor bank.
It's 30.
It's right in the middle on the top there, just off to the left a little bit from that diode. 22.
Yeah, it says 32 on it, yeah. 22, the PWM. He's running the thing where he's capturing a lot of back energy and then filtering it back into a system.
Yeah.
If you wanted to like forge it too, like in an easy way where people can't solve it, just switch the diode, right? And the capacitor.
Yeah. See, right before, okay, see where it says 25 and 26, he's got two high voltage capacitors there, which is storing the charge that's coming off of the first coil that's in the middle there, where it says 24. And the initial charge builds up here where 25 and 26 are. And when it hits that high voltage, now it has enough potential to jump the spark gap at 29 and 30. And then from there, he throws it through another coil again.
Well, there's a reason for the other coil. So you want me to scroll down a little bit?
Sure.
Okay, it's not this one. Let me grab you the other one.
Yeah, I think what he's doing is he's spark gapping it, throwing it in the coil, and then spark gapping it again and throwing it in another coil again. He's ramping it up.
And there's his motor. So I think it's coils that he showed and they go directly into this motor.
This is the EV Gray motor.
Edwin Gray? Is that what it is?
This is the EV Gray motor.
When was that? In the 80s? Or was it?
He started getting really good results around the late 70s. He was killed. I believe he was murdered. He did actually get a patent on it. He was like a week or something before they were able to get their hands on it and basically blacklist it. So he actually did get the patent on this. And after that, it was threats, death threats, every kind of threat you can imagine. He was, yeah, he was going through some hell there.
Yeah, so I wanted to show you this because this is what Linderman was talking about in that that PDF I sent you.
Right. So there's one key component that makes this work, and it's called the gray tube, the EV gray tube. And it's a series of copper mesh, 3 layers. So you have a big one, and then you have a smaller one in it, and then you have a smaller one. There's 3 stages. And in the middle, he has where the spark gap happens. This is where the energy is now transformed into that high voltage potential, which he dumps into the capacitors and getting the output. It's called the gray tube. So you can look that up, Nathan. Actually, what's his name? Aaron Murakami actually did a very good rendition of the gray tube. So you might want to look that one up when you get a chance. That's a key component to making this motor work. And this thing was actually producing several hundred horsepower.
Yeah.
It was very powerful.
Yeah, the little Geo Metro, if I'm not mistaken, that he was driving around with it.
Oh, yeah. This thing was putting out major power, and it was way over Unity. So.
And I wanted to show you because I'll send you this if you want it. But because you recognize the exact circuit that's going on.
Yeah.
So this isn't that hard. Over Unity, it's right in our grasp. You know what I mean?
It's already been done.
You're right, Nathan.
It's already been done numerous times. Like, we're just trying to re-engineer stuff that guys were successful with and unfortunately suppressed or murdered or whatever. Several engineers have been murdered over the years.
Well, it's the state we're in. Instead of engineering things, we're trying to reverse engineer things that have been done a long time ago.
Yeah, but the thing is, these guys had the right stuff.
Yeah, they were all correct. They were all correct. That was one of the most shocking things out of my earlier research into all this is, wow, this is actually like something that happened. These people were onto something.
Yeah, see, this EV gray motor is for the advanced builder. This is not an easy motor to build. I'll let you know that right now. It is not an easy motor to build.
It's complicated, like the Searle effect generator.
The Searle effect, same thing too. You have to have a full machine shop to make that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not interested in that one. What I am interested in is the fact that we already know what the circuit is.
Yeah.
And Linderman was having a lot of trouble with it in that letter that he wrote. And even when he solved it, he got it wrong. So that's the one thing, you know what I mean? If I could tell him what it was, it's pretty simple on what's going on here. Now, the conversion, just so you understand, we have your conversion, Mike.
Yeah.
I also have another conversion method that I can do with coils and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling that the next couple ones that I build may put me right there when I do the Don Smith.
Yeah.
That I'm going to have that perfect conversion for this. Maybe not as good as he did, but at least the start of it so that we can have it.
Yeah. You might want to really look into the EV gray tube.
That's awesome.
That might be something that might really mesh well with what you're working with, because it is a spark gap type conversion method. So, and it's not that hard to make.
Gotcha.
But try to look up there. If I find it, I'll send that link to you in an email after the show, or sometime this week. I'll find it because I just saw it. Actually, believe it or not, I saw it about a week ago. It's kind of a coincidence that you brought this up.
Interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, if you can replicate the gray tube, that might be a key component to actually making your system work, or, convert what you want to do. It's a very, very simple principle on how it works.
Yeah, because we can find the energy, we can amplify the energy, Now we just need a stable source to run the way we want it to run.
Yeah. See,
That's it.
like I see a trend with a lot of these over Unity devices, the ones that were actually proven to be over Unity, almost all of them had spark gaps somewhere in the system.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay, so check this out. When Sean was building his coil and he showed it to us, he has the it's a round coil that goes up at a point. So it basically looks like two arrows at each other, right?
Right.
And it's up and down. Now, when Linderman was describing what was going on, that exact thing is exactly what we were looking for. So Tesla did it.
Yeah.
When he did it, he pulled radiant energy out this way from it.
Yeah.
So I think putting that spark gap inside of a tube, doing the same thing, capturing the radiant energy inside of there, I think we got it.
And that's the EV gray tube. That's exactly what it is. You put it in an acrylic tube.
So I may even have that picture. I'll take this one down. But it was very, very interesting to see it.
But look it up online. There are plans out there to make the EV gray tube. So yeah, just Google search it and yeah.
Yeah. Give me a few minutes. Go ahead and talk. I will be right there. I'm trying to just look it up.
Yeah. So anyways, that EV gray tube, the gray tube spark gap, that was an essential component of his device to make it work. It wouldn't work without it. So
okay,
that's the importance.
I think I have it right here. Come on. Right there. So this is the field that he was looking at. Tesla did.
Yeah.
When they go together, it gets a radiant energy field. And it looks like it's surrounded by a magnetic field. So let me just describe this. How do I say this? When I did my gravity flyer, right? I built out the field so one holds in the other. So this right here makes a lot of energy a lot of sense because the radiant energy will hold in anything that's made like a static electricity or magnetic. It holds it in or it pushes it out. So you can build, if you do it in layers, one massive amount of energy in there.
Yep.
So
yeah, that's a good diagram.
Yeah, it kind of
so
shows
if you're
what's going
looking
on.
at this right now, kind of look at this in a different perspective. What I'm looking at right now actually makes me look at the Faraday disc. All right, so you got that rotating magnetic field, okay, and what happens as a result, you get the radiant energy wave coming out. That's the current. So if you overlap those two drawings over top of each other, you have the Faraday disc. That's the very first electrical generator ever made by Michael Faraday. So
the exact same thing. If you had, like, I was thinking if you overlap them, it would look like,
well, you have a rotating magnetic field, and when you spin a magnet at high speed, now it's pushing radiant current or the radiant energy wave, the green one. So just overlap the two pictures together. So you're now spinning that at a high RPM. So all you have to do now is attach a brush, one on the axle, all right, or on the axis, that's your negative. And then your positive current potential is coming off the outer diameter of that rotating magnetic field. That's a Faraday disc. So just by doing that, you can get huge amps. I built the Faraday disc. I was able to get 30 amps of current. The problem with the device is it only puts out 250 millivolts. So I'm getting huge amount of current, but very little voltage.
Oh, well, see, that's
See,
where ingenuity comes in, because adding volts to amps is not that difficult.
right. So now, Peter Linderman and Michael Knox solved this problem. So what they did was the magnet that they're spinning, what they did is break it up into 5 segments going around a wheel that's made of copper. So now you got 5 pulses of magnets. So now you spin it, and now instead of having a continuous DC wave coming off, you're actually creating an AC pulse.
Mm-hmm.
It's oscillating. You pick that up by a brush, and then now you put that brush and attach it to a high voltage step up coil. At the time, they were using a car ignition coil, and they were able to get the volts and the amps at the same time.
Yep.
And that's where Bruce De Palma's end machine was wrong.
Well, it seems to me they're building the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
They just put their own spin on it. And if you understand how the energy flows in these things,
Yeah.
you can build every single one of them.
Yeah.
You kind of have to throw away some of the knowledge you get through your circuit diagrams, because they're backwards when you run some of this stuff, because you're doing the cold side of energy, not the hot side.
Right.
And then you have to understand the spark gap. And then there's no piezo in this, but I'm sure you can amplify the living daylights out of it.
Yeah. You could also get higher voltage potentials. It's based on, I talked about this before with the coil, the diameter. So Bruce De Palma's machine, his diameter, I believe, was 2 feet in diameter. So he was getting 2,500 amps at 60 volts DC. Okay. That's a very, very heavy machine. It weighed over 1,000 pounds. Okay. In other words, very unpractical and also very expensive. But Peter Linderman and Michael Knox solved the problem. Now you could have a benchtop size device that won't cost you $100,000 to make and get usable power out of it.
You see, I think it's the conversion back that's going to be important, because you have to have a drive system for the vehicle itself. So there has to be the drive motor and the collection motor. So it's a generator and a regular motor.
Yep.
It's electric motor. So we've come a long way in how electric motors and the usage of energy on them.
Yep.
Now we just got to be able to pull, you know what I mean, the negative side into it and convert. So I think we're right there, man. I think if we simply take your motor and look at it and understand that diagram,
Yep.
we can make a bigger motor, you know what I mean, out of it.
Yeah, and a lot more horsepower too.
Yeah.
The pulse motor has always been known to be a very torqueless motor, but you can make it have a lot of torque. It's all in the engineering.
Well, you could do just a conventional motor, but with the pulse motor as the pickup, as you know what I mean?
Yeah.
As your generator portion.
Yeah.
So I think that's just what we need to do here.
I'm surprised you haven't made a pulse motor yet.
You know what? I was going to tell you, I'm needing a parts list, because when I'm done with my Tesla coils, that's where I'm going next. So,
yeah. Well, remember we did my disclosure on the Renegade? There's that schematic. Just refer back to that, and that'll give you the easiest starting point to start with to make a pulse motor.
Daniel Nunez made a pulse motor that I'm going to replicate at some point, and it displays a lot of torque, like a lot of it.
Yep. Even the wheel itself, if you want to get really simplistic about it, even the wheel itself, if you got, say, a wheel that weighs a pound and you get that spinning up pretty fast, you're generating quite a bit of torque. So just by inertia alone, if you're able to spin that wheel quite fast,
yeah,
you could always dump that mechanical power into another part of the circuit, or turn a small little generator with it or something like that. Totally possible.
Yeah, and Michel's working on a pulse motor circuit at the moment that we can use for that very intention with some of our coils.
Yeah.
So I'm excited about that.
Well, I want to replicate Mike's because I want that spark gap, because I think it's a huge deal in this whole thing. Because
it is.
It allows the radiant energy to come in, but it doesn't allow it to go backwards, which is the best thing about it, because I'm getting tired of MOSFETs blowing up.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. Like it's going to be a perfect replacement for, like a transistor or a MOSFET.
It's what makes my motor an open circuit.
Yeah.
So if you got 6 magnets on the wheel, you weren't here when I was talking about this. I'll just kind of repeat what I said earlier. If you have a wheel and it's got six magnets, okay, it's pulsing 6 times per revolution.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, say you got your wheel spinning at 900 RPM. How many revolutions per minute is it pulsing? A lot. So to the point where the battery thinks it's always open, not closed. That's why the current's not flowing out of the battery. That's why the battery lasts. And if you get it tuned just right, that spark gap, the spark will be very, very small, but just enough to release the current draw from the battery. So the current flow in the battery never leaves the battery. You're getting a trickle of power coming out just to keep that motor running. So if you got 4 or 6 magnets, 6 magnets per revolution, that's 6 pulses per revolution. If you're doing 900 RPM per minute, do the math. And it's a very, very large number. And it fools. It basically makes that motor an open circuit, not a closed circuit.
Nice.
And that's the key. And a lot of people just, I've had it up there. It hasn't been a secret for a long time. And even the piezo stuff, nobody's doing it. Why? Why aren't people doing this?
They don't understand it. Because you're in cold energy. So when they go to do it to hot energy, it's not working. You see, it's got to run through that radiant energy.
Right. But the thing, I think where they're going wrong is they don't know how to convert it properly, where we do.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing. So, like I said, if Linderman understood this, he would have had it a long time ago.
Yeah.
That's why I thought it was so fascinating when I read that PDF, because he's describing this thing, and I already know the answer before he even said a word, and I knew he would get it wrong by the time he built it again. And everything that he said wasn't there is actually there. That's what the trippy thing was. And then Tesla described perfectly what his radiant energy was. And some of the conversations he had are perfect for understanding some of this. So that whole thing was just like mind-blowing. I had a guy on my channel who was telling me, no, you're not doing it right. You're not doing it right. And I says, basically, well, then tell me what it is. And he sent me a treasure trove of PDFs for a ton of stuff. And I basically got a, overnight education in everybody. It was absolutely fascinating.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Sometimes it's sitting right in front of you and it just doesn't click,
It's because they never played with the energy. They don't understand it.
Yeah.
Like if I told you, go over there with my 1-wire power, right?
Yeah.
And you'd probably say, well, it's like the outside of the Tesla coil. You light up a light bulb, so it's got to be the same thing, right?
Yeah.
It's completely different. The whole energy is different. So when I see it in other systems, I recognize what they're playing with now.
Yeah.
Now I know exactly when Tesla tells you it doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
I can verify every fact of it.
Yeah, because I can hold my piezo, like I use the piezo disc, the barium titanate discs,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll grab it, and there's several hundred volts going through it, and I'll hold it on my fingertips, and it'll make my fingers tingle and everything, but nothing like, like sticking your finger in the light socket.
No,
It
not at
actually,
all.
it actually feels good.
Yeah.
It feels good.
That's the report from everything that they said about this energy. Even Tesla said that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
And I've even told you off the record, I'll one night I was like really tired, and
I don't want you to get in trouble.
yeah.
We'll just save that story for another time.
Yeah. You're right.
Because you get right in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble.
Let's
But
say,
yeah.
My caption at the top of it, getting energized, pretty much explains it all.
No, I don't even know how to say this.
Yeah.
When I did it, I figured out which system works where and which systems that they're trying to use that won't work the same. And I can't really describe that a whole lot because we'll get in trouble. But there's certain systems that give you like maybe a tenth of what you need. But then there's a system out there that'll give you 100% of what you need. So it's interesting because it comes out in the testing all over the place. And I've never been shut down so fast on my channel as when I brought out that one wire energy.
Yeah.
As soon as I did, my numbers got cut down like 3/4 immediately.
Yeah, blacklisted. Yeah, they killed the algorithm on you.
Yeah.
Certain things, as soon as I hit the piezo thing, man, my numbers just took a nosedive.
Because they know. They already know we have it. And it just takes someone to connect the dots.
Yeah, I was just thinking of that. There's no reason that my channel, some of the videos, there's no reason that some of the videos have the low view count that they have. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. No,
Actually, I saw a like actually on one of my simulation videos. I saw a like. You can see the like kind of some sort of animation. And then I saw the light disappear. It's like, what the hell? How? And then I saw a light popping up again.
Yeah, Phil. Earlier today, I was checking my analytics on one of my recent recent videos that I posted from a live stream, and I was checking the app, and it said I have 9 thumbs up and 67 views. But then when I check it on the desktop, it's like 25 views and 4 likes. Yeah. And then I go check it again, and it's back down. I'm like, what the?
Does it tell you who likes?
No. And it was like, it was like the little preview screen. It was like your top videos, and it was performing pretty well. And I was like, oh yeah, you got 9 likes on this. And I go and click into it, and it's like, oh, it only actually has 4 when you go and look on the YouTube channel. Like if you're looking as a viewer, it only has 4 likes. And I'm like, what the heck is going on here?
Yeah. That's what they will do the same with the AI. They will manipulate the mainstream story like they do with YouTube and the mainstream media. They will do the same with AI. That's my prediction.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Feel like the likes or the clicks are worth something, so somehow they deduct it because just
well, Cody says it could be bots. That's possible, but I mean, I don't know. It's just it's frustrating.
Russia, they want to kill Mini T and Nathan and me and Mike.
Yeah.
Come on.
You know what?
They wrote bots just for us. It's just YouTube, man. YouTube, they just want to mess with your mind, or
it's all mind games. I have the stuff up there. I got a ton of videos up there, like 500 plus videos, and just let it go. It's out there in cyberspace. Anybody can access it whenever they want. sure, maybe my numbers might not be as high as I would like, but the thing is, my stuff is out there. And that's the most important thing, I guess.
You just gotta direct people to it.
Like the way I look at it too is like, my stuff could be out there 30 years, and people might still go back and watch these videos. Like Laser Saber, I still watch videos he did 14 years ago. Right?
Yeah.
That's why I like to show my stuff on your show, because it's recorded and it's gonna be there for a long time, unless your channel is gonna get deleted. But
well, I'm streaming it too, so we got multiple backups of all these podcasts.
Yeah.
So it's out there. That's the main thing. Information's getting shared like we intended it to do. Hopefully, some of the stuff we talk about resonates with other people that are listening or tuning in, offline and stuff. So,
well, with all the information, I can literally write a guide on how to build free energy. Like within a couple weeks, it wouldn't even take long.
Nathan's Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices. I love it.
Well, look, this energy is not that hard. It's just a simple understanding of how to build it. And once you do, it's game over. So,
well, I think a book is a good idea, though. I think it's a really good idea.
As soon as you realize, look at where Tesla was at. He always used spark gaps. And then later down the road, he got into rotary spark gaps. You see, he was able to actually control duty cycle with the rotary spark gap.
Well, it's no different than your distributor on your car.
Exactly, the points on your car. Yep. And your distributor cap. Yep, exactly. Very good analogy.
We just need a really cool AI to pick up all the, the science that we say from the different episodes and put it together, as a continued idea throughout, like from A to Z, because every episode we talk about it and then we start something else, but to take an idea from the beginning episodes all the way through here, and how would it look like,
I'll be right back, guys. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Yeah, we'd have to retrain the AI to get rid of all the garbage that it understands now.
Yeah, pick trigger words, like when you talk about radiant energy, or about rotating magnetic field, or just about anything that we talk about extensively, like to put that idea all together at once to see what it could come up with,
But it comes back with the same theories from everybody that's been publishing everything, and it's all poo compared to this. Because it gives you the wrong direction. They start to tell you about how it goes through the positive side first and then goes to the negative, right? But the circuits in cold energy goes to the negative through everything, then back to the positive. So it's completely backwards to AI. It doesn't understand that there's two ways to run this on the same part. And that's what screws everybody up, because every time they go to replicate it, they go, well, let me just take out regular circuit design and let it run it. Well, that's completely opposite of what they needed to do. So when you look at Gerald's device and he runs a circuit, it's completely backwards. It's like you took somebody who is dyslexic and that's how they see the world. So they put everything backwards. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's basically what cold energy did, is it's all in reverse. It's like Gerald said that one time. He goes, it's in reverse. Have a nice day. Hope it works for you. Cracks me up.
What you wonder if AI figures out to use the cold energy as a means of communication at one point, because if it figures out how to tap into that, then everything is used to the hot energy. The cold energy is just going to be an untapped resource of energy, communication, whatever you want to do with it, pretty much.
I think that AI is filled with bugs that like to trigger words and then people show up at your door. It's like patenting this stuff. It's just somebody shows up at your door. And I'd rather just build an episode, put it out there, and make sure that I put Creative Commons on it and give it to everybody. You know what I mean? And just flood it.
Yeah.
Yeah, AI in mathematics, it keeps doing mistakes. I keep asking the ChatGPT, and it keeps doing mistakes, so I might as well do it on my own. So.
No, I've been experiencing the same thing. It keeps on screwing up the math, and I have to double check it. I'm like, that's not right.
Exactly. But we assume it's right. That's the problem. We think that it's hard to tell if it's ChatGPT or us that is wrong.
Right. So, well, I mean, I know enough to know if it's using the right equations. You know what I mean? Yeah. If it's using the right equations, and then I see that it's like either off using the wrong equations every once in a while, or it's plugging in the numbers wrong. And I'm like, what? So you gotta be watching that ChatGPT. You gotta catch it.
If you have the equation already, why are you going to ChatGPT?
Because it likes to lay out everything in nice detail where I can copy and paste it for my presentations. Like it has all the equations all nice with the symbols and everything.
It's good, but it's good to simplify things sometimes. You want to get, like I used it to simplify the quantum chromodynamics equations into the Bohr model, the atomic model, and it does a good job for that. But when it starts using the equation, it messes everything around.
Yeah, no,
you gotta watch it.
You guys have fun with that. I'm gonna stick to learn the formula, and then once you have the formula, the math is relatively easy.
But Nathan's old school, but you raise a good point. Like when you eliminate that variable, you don't have to worry about that, and you could just focus on what you know, and that's important. Because that AI could be either a tool or a crutch. So you don't want to straddle that line. You know what I mean?
Nathan, make it, then let's calculate what it was.
Yeah.
The only thing that is good is it's convenient. And sometimes there are gray areas, and you wanna sort out. You want to know what something is related to. So sometimes it's good because it's gonna bring out the bullet points of something that is not clear in your mind, or things like that. Or simplifying things is good, but when it comes to doing mathematics, it's like forget it. Maybe high school mathematics at best it's good, but not very complex mathematics.
Just a real quick note. Elijah said he's seen likes disappear on this entire group's live streams.
Yeah, just like I was saying, I saw the like appearing on my simulation, on my YouTube simulation post, and then it just disappeared. And I saw other like popping up; they all disappeared. It's pretty creepy, man.
Yeah, it's frustrating and it's creepy. Yeah.
Put a like on one, so I don't know. Like they took my like off. The fact that I watched the one that had all the, subatomic particles in one chamber. Yeah, I put a like on that one.
It's like they can't dislike us all, everybody.
Well, we'll just put it in language that they don't flag. And they don't understand common language. They use that highfalutin language, and that's not me. So when I just describe it like Tesla does in fields and never use, volts, amps, or anything else, maybe you get the point, maybe you won't. But at least it's out there.
And you know what? Next time I will record it. I will record it, the light disappearing, so I'll have evidence.
You should.
I will.
That's awesome.
As soon as I post a video, I will see a bunch of light appearing, and they will all disappear. We'll record it.
I've recorded something similar. I think I shown to you guys a while ago. But yeah, no. Whenever you can catch it, definitely, record that data.
Yeah.
Use it as evidence against him.
Pass a graphic well where it sucks the likes out of the video. Like, man, I know, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you right now, people who really want the information go on your Patreon. They'll go on your,
that's true.
Your members thing, and they'll find the information.
Yeah.
And those are the people that are going to put it to use. You know what I mean?
Or if you have a website, that's always good to have a website too.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's just what I think anyway. There's a lot of people that like to look at it, but there's people out there who are driven to build it. So, you start putting schematics out that they understand and that are in reverse, and make sure you put the flow direction, and they start to understand it. There's no going back from that. Once it's out there, it's out there. It's getting people to understand it. It's like right in front of their face, and they still can't see it. Like, I watch some channels, it's like, dude, you literally deal with Tesla coils all day, and you can't see this?
Well, it's like, I forget that channel, but you get people who literally start their videos off, these big channels, and just a side note, you cannot violate the laws of thermodynamics. You cannot get more output than input. They start their videos off like that, and I'm like, you're misleading people by saying that at this point, because we have all the evidence saying that that's not the whole picture.
They want to make money more than they care about getting you the truth.
Yeah. And
That's
it's
exactly
impressive
what they just
engineering from these guys. They're transmitting energy wirelessly through like lasers and stuff, and I'm just like, yeah, this is cool, but at the end of the day, you're kind of misleading your audience by limiting them to like half of the picture.
Well, they don't. They want to stay in with the mainstream science, so they don't get discredited or shadow.
Yes, they don't want to get alienated. Yeah.
All that stuff that's happening,
Yeah. That's messed up.
Like
I can't.
A teacher's pet.
Yeah. That's a good name for it. No, that's exactly what it is. The bend in the knee or whatever. Yeah. Or they're just ignorant.
They ask ChatGPT something, and it wrote a script for them, and they regurgitate it, and they get paid.
Yeah.
That's what happened. So, yeah, Tesla didn't like Maxwell's stuff. I'm sorry. There's nothing that I've read in there that says he agreed with any of those guys. As a matter of fact, just the opposite. He didn't like any of their stuff.
Yeah, Maxwell's equations are great. I mean, it's not like a bad thing, but it's just linear algebra. That's all it is.
Well, they're incomplete, aren't they?
Well, they don't apply to gravitomagnetism and gravito-electromagnetism and things like that. They're trying to extend it, but it just doesn't work because I tested it and it's not the testing. The results are not what is predicted by the Maxwell equation. We're using the gravito-electromagnetism tangent. So,
because he didn't understand it. He didn't deal with cold energy. Cold energy is different. It's a lower value that you put into it, but it's a higher amount of energy you get out of it. So
yeah, but I mean, I'm not criticizing Maxwell here. I'm just saying they're trying to use Maxwell's equation with something that Maxwell was not. The Maxwell equation were not built for. They were not. They were made for electromagnetism, but not gravito-electromagnetism.
I think with Maxwell, he made his equations so complicated that even today most engineers couldn't understand it. Now,
no, but it's not. There's a video that explains Maxwell's equations. It's not very complicated. It's very linear. It's really linear algebra. highly simplified, and he explains it very well. I send you. I can send you the link, but it's not like.
Yeah, I think where Maxwell kind of went wrong is he didn't really put the heavy side component into his equations, because heavy side was into the electrostatic median. And even Tesla references this. He said, quote unquote, when you start playing with electrostatics, that's where the real magic happens. Quote unquote.
That's when this stuff starts to amplify.
Yep.
Oh yeah, because spark gap, electrostatics, and then cold energy, and you have a dynamo,
And
a massive amount of power.
And look at the suppression that heavy side had. He was just beaten to a pulp, literally. He went insane.
Well, good luck with that with us, because I think we're all a little insane. We started out that way.
Insane in the membrane.
Sorry, I just look like that.
I just want to give a shout out to Ian. That board that he sent me was absolutely amazing. And I set up my Tesla coil in order to use it, in order to pull the frequency in, because it was 100 kilohertz out.
Yeah.
And I was able to pull it into the right resonance frequency.
Yeah.
So absolutely
awesome.
perfect.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, guys, I think I'm going to end it. It's getting late here. I'm pretty tired. I smashed my hand at work yesterday, so my hand's still swollen. I got a couple of nicks on my hand. I got smashed by a piece of metal yesterday. So
every 6 months, he got like a life-threatening injury or something like that.
Oh, real quick before I forget, Ben, you're getting more energy because you stop the negative from the flow, so it saturates your coil now. And that's what was going on in your circuit. So
yeah, because it's only the load is only connected to the negative from the battery now. The negative battery terminal. So that's what's happening? Wow.
Yeah, you it's a Joule thief circuit, so you weren't saturating your coil, so you weren't getting the extra amount of energy that a Joule thief gives you.
Yeah, so it wasn't fully configured properly. I needed to disconnect that.
Yeah, you needed a break in the negative. Now, depending on what energy you have in there, you can just pulse it, and then it'll fill up, then go through, fill up, then go through, fill up. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, like a capacitor almost.
Yeah, you basically want to treat that coil as a capacitor. So now you want to pulse the output of it. You know what I mean? And then you'd be fine, and you can capture the energy.
Yeah, you're getting the inductive reactance.
There you go.
Yeah. So I'm just like a little bit closer. A little bit closer.
Well, I wanted to help you get through it faster so that you understood what was going on. If you just watched that video I sent you on the Joule thief, you'll absolutely understand it now, because now you're in full saturation of the coil, and it'll tell you exactly how to pulse it out.
Nice. Yeah, I'll have to look at the video again.
Yep, awesome.
Right
All right,
on.
guys.
It's gonna snow this week in Texas.
What's that?
It's gonna snow in Houston. This like.
Oh, nice.
Don't feel bad.
Well, yeah, it's us Canada sending you snow.
Yeah.
We're beyond excited that it's gonna. You know, we don't see snow that often, so.
Even the inauguration is going to be snowing, so they're going to do it inside.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Here, like, you've got like the whole kids that are planning snow day. You know, like you're like, where's gloves? Where's my hat? We're like, yeah, I mean, here, like, it's an exciting Tuesday.
Yeah, we got a.
Sorry?
We got a polar vortex coming into Ontario next week, supposed to hit -20. Not looking forward to it.
Woohoo! All right.
Philip's getting all excited.
Yeah, we need one of those in California right now. Cool it down.
So yeah, the stop.
Yeah, right after the fire burn everything.
Unreal. Anyways, guys, this is a really good stream tonight. Thanks a lot, chat. You were fantastic tonight.
Oh yeah.
Nathan, you're doing a show tomorrow at 12 Pacific. Or sorry,
Yep. 10
sorry,
a.m. Pacific Standard Time, and then it would be 1 o'clock for you.
Eastern, yeah. So check out Nathan, Philip, Ben, Lulu. Everybody, thanks a lot. We'll see everybody next week.
Have a good night, everybody.
Guys, stay on after we go off.
In the depths of hidden files, trapped inside the secret circuits, unraveling through the miles. Oh, truth was masked by coded curtains. You didn't know we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. From the shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points and gravity converge, yeah. Dying voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers come.